Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third and final day of the World Health Congress 2025 Prague. I hope you all had a restful night and are feeling energized for the exciting day ahead. We have a full and inspiring program waiting for you, so without further ado, let's get started.
Let's now invite Jesper Olf Madsen, a science journalist and consultant who has contributed to major European initiatives, including Cambrol Network, the Danish Society for Medical Acupuncture, and the Danish Patient Safety Authority. Mr. Madsen, the stage is yours now.
Thank you. You just have to tell me where to press the button so I do it the right way. And back, yeah, okay, good. Yeah, good morning. I'm happy to see all of you, except those who got seasick or whatever last night. But first, a small exercise, stretching out. Please turn it off. Thank you. I already was presented, but nevertheless, I'll answer two questions. The first one is, who am I? Come on. If this was working, I don't know. Otherwise, I can just press the arrows here. Anyway, now it seems to work. Thank you. I've been communicating about TCIM for about 25 years and had some assignments, as this man told you before. Just in short, you can see a couple of those. I'm not a researcher, not a medical doctor, or not a practitioner. So what am I doing here? Wait a minute. What did you read about TCIM during the last month? Did you read some well-researched articles with relevant sources? Well, I'm afraid the answer is no. Most of the time we're reading a lot of superficial stuff and even stuff that isn't really true, or nothing at all about TCIM. So the media world, if you look at the media world with the TCIM glasses, it can sometimes look like a corridor filled with monsters. In many countries, the media is a big challenge talking about TCIM. The coverage is biased, unethical, or sometimes even dangerous. But I would say I represent a different corridor, a corridor between people like you and the public. As some of you will remember, in 2 years ago, I told about a new initiative, the Frontier Journalists Network. And I sort of started it up, and now I'm a member of the steering committee. That sounds great, but so far we are working pro bono. We are an independent group of professionals like journalists interested in these strange topics, the mysteries of human existence. And that could be spirituality, and it could be, what is life? And it could be the connection between body, mind, and spirit, which is, of course, also about TCIM. So that's the reason I'm here right now. So what is the FJN actually? To make some kind of structure or bullet points, I had an old man to help me. Here he is. The letters are the important, not the picture. Of course, it's about cooperation. So what we are doing is making it easier for the journalists and the researchers to cooperate. And these issues are, of course, about, or it's not about, it's the topics beyond the limits of the Western scientific worldview. So the goal is, of course, that the population would be better informed. We are providing article ideas for journalists using our website and our newsletter, and also we provide comprehensive overviews of a certain issue. Of an issue which could be, of course, TCIM, because we want to make it easier for the journalists to identify sources and background on what they are writing about. But talking about TCIM, we have a lot of challenges, as I told you. There's a widespread perception among mainstream scientists that TCIM is based on pseudoscience, and that is very dangerous. Which actually means that science that we do not want to take seriously. So this mainstream view, you might have heard what that is called. It's called scientism. And it is a belief, note the word belief, that the dominant definition of science is the only possible one, period. And of course, I don't agree. Journalists, they are telling us that they really want to write about TCIM and other interesting issues, but also they have a challenge finding the good stories with, which can pass through the system in the media. A relevant story with strong sources, and it can be difficult for them also to succeed pitching this idea to the editor, to the boss. So we need some kind of education. And that's why we are running media courses for journalists and researchers. Of course, most for the researchers, but the journalists should know. But anyway, they learn from each other. The scientists learn the concepts and skills needed to understand what is a media story, because you don't know that beforehand, like as a researcher. And the journalists learn about how the academic work, the academic community is working. how are you working as a scientist? And because both parties have their own challenges, which they now are able to share. Besides, we are providing some exciting webinars, I must say, with prominent professionals or experts on these, what could you say, controversial issues. But talking about research, well, of course, it's meant to benefit the people. And of course, if you're a researcher, you want your findings to be discussed and to be read, not only by your own scientific community, but by the public, of course. So we need the media to engage in this, but some researchers, as far as I know, they are often disappointed because they do not succeed in penetrating the media. But as I mentioned before, we have this media training course, and that would be a pretty good choice for a researcher, because how else should you know how to do it, to penetrate the media? So researchers, please check our website. There's a lot of information for you, I promise. And don't forget, if you, well, next week have an interesting project finished, and you want it to, how do I expose this? Don't hesitate to contact us, because we might be able to help. And I will, of course, provide some information, contact information to the FGAN by the end of my presentation. But the opportunities, that's a good thing, because we are working to turn all these challenges into opportunities. So we are trying to combining the knowledge of the two groups, the scientists and the journalists, and hoping that this will improve, at the end, the media coverage of TCIM. I'll show you a few examples of what we are doing. For example, this one is, we call a topic brief. This is an overview of this issue in casu TCIM. Actually, that was the one I made, because I was the one who, in the group, who knew about this. And so the journalists can read an introduction, and then they can dive deeper into this topic brief to find sources and interesting challenges, problems, scientific discussions, etc. And I told you we are running some webinars too, and we have different kind of people who, in their own way, have some experience, either as a scientist or maybe in a different profession, but they have something important to tell us. One of them is well-known today. He is well-known neurosurgeon, a traditional doctor from the US, Eben Alexander. I think some of you have heard of this man. So he was a guest on our, I think I have to do something here. I have to press a button on his face. How do I do that? It's right here.
To play it.
Oh, I think I know one. I have the same kind of computer. I think I'll skip him for now. But as I said, he's on our website. And now, okay. I better continue. So the journalists, people like me, we want stories about new research. And we want some expert who can tell us why this research matters in order to meet the needs of the public, of course. So the goal of this media course is to help scientists and scholars to find the story within their scientific work, and learning them how to cooperate with journalists and gain exposure in the media. So go for it. The participants used to love these courses. Yeah, now I have a little more time than I thought because even Alexander didn't want to join us. But I have a warning about bias, and this is not talking about bias in some study, biased statistics. Or I guess some of you are teaching at universities, and when it comes to TCIM and consciousness and other topics conflicting with mainstream science, please tell your students two things. This is the first one. Yeah, that was a warning, sorry. Wikipedia. Don't rely on Wikipedia if maybe you don't already, you know, but still don't rely on Wikipedia. It's a democratic platform, and you and I can log in and we can write something, and it's a very kind of social thing. But there's a skeptic, a so-called skeptic organization who systematically are debunking or changing whatever is written about controversial issues. And they call themselves skeptics. And as you might know, a skeptic is really a good word, or was in the old days, because then you have to find out what is this about and have some good skeptical questions, but you had to be open. But anyway, if I make changes to TCIM in a Danish Wikipedia, for example, it will be gone the next morning. So don't waste your time on that. And you might also be looking for, you heard of some very interesting researcher or another kind of person who has a profile talking about interesting subjects outside the mainstream view. So you find this person who, for example, had a near-death experience or something like that. You'll find a lot of words about this man who's having some strange statements, not documented, and he or she will look like something you shouldn't trust, or maybe a conspiracy theorist even. So it goes for topics, and it goes for people. It has been changed all the time. And I talked to a researcher from the US, from the Institute of Noetic Science, you might have heard about, in California. And he said, I teach my students that if they had to do a report, I will not accept it if they are using Wikipedia as the primary source. Yeah. And also, if they write about this controversial person, what do you say? Maybe you say the same in English, like in football. You don't go for the ball, but you go for the man. And that's what they are doing, because they're not writing very much about the actual findings of this suspicious person. And the second warning, now it comes. If you're using AI, which can be a good thing sometimes, always double-check the information very thoroughly via sources directly connected to the issue. Because as a reliable source, AI automatically is using, guess who? Wikipedia. So don't do it. But the good news comes here. Sorry, I forgot this example. Just, I'll stop talking just for a few seconds. Yeah, I guess most of you know Bruce Lipton. So it has been dismissed by some peers. It's not good, but what did he do? not a word. Anyway, so this is a good news because there's some people who started a counter-strike, so to speak, against these skeptics. So it's called skepticalaboutskeptics.com. .org, I'm sorry. So they are showing what is happening behind the scenes. And that's some kind of progress, but of course they don't stop because this website is telling about how the skeptics work. But anyway, they don't live in the shadows anymore, and that's the important point. And talking about skeptics, I showed you some example 2 years ago on how the media in Denmark are biased, mostly negative, superficial, or biased content. But one strange thing struck me since the end of 2019. There has not been much in the media in Denmark about TCIM, but the years before, 18 and 19, there was in certain media something which, in my journalistic view, looked like a campaign against TCIM. It possessed the structure of a campaign planted by some other actors outside the media, might call them spin doctors, I don't know. So it ended very abrupt, this campaign, in the beginning of 2020, without any reason. So I was wondering if the very same spin doctors, or whoever they were, had some other assignments. I don't know. I only know that the public deserves decent information about their health, and without bias, and most important, independent of commercial interests. So this should be an easy task, because if you look at the statistics, health is one of the most popular issues in the media, and that's good for the media to know, because they want to make money. So why is an initiative like our FJN, why is it necessary at all? Because it should be very easy to have some more coverage. Well, there may be an answer out there. I don't know. Some of you might know that I like to search for elephants whenever there's one in the neighborhood. I forgot this example from 2 years ago. Sorry, I don't want to make it difficult for you, but it was just to show that the level of so-called information about TCIM. Okay, here we go. The elephant. So for many years, I've been witnessing how medical doctors and industry and also government officials have been trying to like push TCIM out in the dark in words or by financial or legal means and globally. Of course, I've been reading a lot about this campaign. If it is a campaign, I don't know. But as always, we need more research because I can't help thinking about all the money in the pharmaceutical industry. So somehow it's my dream that one day we'll be able to publish some, I say we, or someone could publish a report with a title like this: From Herbs and Homeopathy to Profit and Patents. The campaign against traditional medicine and the evolution of the pharmaceutical industry in the 20th century. Oh, Jesus, I hit 24 minutes. Okay, yeah, but that's just a dream for the future. Yeah, we are almost done. Almost. This is my contact info, and for those of you who want to take photographs, don't take a portrait of me, but of this one. That's easier. There you'll find me on LinkedIn. And yeah, okay, one more. That's the Frontier Journalists Network, frontiernet.org. And if you missed something, well, just ask me afterwards. Okay. I will just say thanks a lot and give you a little thing at the end here. I think this little guy, he's right. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Madsen, wait please a moment. Wait please. Thank you very much. We have only to tell that we have a good news because this video is ready for you, so we can play it now, the video. So they played from studio. Yes. So we'll see it now. Yes?
Well,
power and the progress.
He had to sleep, of course. It's Sunday.
This kind of group of scientists to come to a deeper understanding of these profound mysteries that I would say humanity has been engaged in trying to understand this for at least the last 10,000 years or so, and we're finally actually making some real progress, and that's what I think is the gift to the world. I am elated to be part of all this, and certainly appreciate being invited to work with Medical and Scientific Network, Galileo Commission. I mean, to me, these are the scientists who lead the way towards a much deeper understanding of the nature of reality. Materialism actually died almost a century ago. And yet, to any who haven't kind of wrestled and struggled with trying to understand what quantum physics is truly telling us, they might not realize that that little comfortable position of materialist thought is actually completely disproven and outmoded. And it's, to me, amazing how the scientific journalist community, scientific media, has really not been able to kind of get at the power of this revolution as much as many of the involved scientists have. And that's why I'm so happy to see journalists, media, people who are
So thank you so much for your very informative presentation, Mr. Madsen. Let's now welcome a scientist dedicated to natural medicine and microbiological therapies, Dr. Uwe Peters, from the Institute for Microbiology in Herborn, Germany. He has held leadership roles with the Hoferland Gesellschaft, a professional association representing integrative medicine practitioners, and NME, where he was vice president and now serves on the board. Dr. Peters, please take it from here.
Thank you. Thank you a lot that I can stay here and speak to you. And I want to mention some new points. And I called my lecture The New Holistic Concept of Microbiome Therapy. And this title, you see, I'm a liar. So microbiological therapy has a holistic approach all the time. And it is thousands of years old. And we know that we have kefir. We have the microorganism, we have bacteria, we have fungi, and nothing is new. But we didn't understand what happened in this time, but we have seen the health effect of this nutrition with kefir. So it was a little bit a secret, but now we know more and more about this secret. And so I'm not really a liar. I will show you some new aspects in this field. And I will ask you, have you ever thought about your cooperation with your gut bacteria? So they are there. And it is an evolutionary process. But it is like we are here in this room for TCIM with different thinking about this item. But we have one direction, and often we have different interests, but at least we have one direction. And this is important for the cooperation with your gut bacteria as well. If you have malnutrition, if you have stress, if you have high oxidative stress, you stress your bacteria as well. And it is very worse for your health if your body and your cells of the body went in another direction as your bacteria. And so we have to cooperate, and we have to help our organism, our body, to cooperate each other. This is an important point in this field. And I am coming from the field of ecology. And we have talked about a lot of science, and we have heard a lot of criticism on the new way of science. And I know this criticism because the ecologists are not really scientists, because they have not the possibility to have all the conditions stable and change one condition. So we are working in the field in nature. And so we have the climate, we have wind, we have rain, we have cold days, we have dry days, we have sunny days, and plants react in another way. And it's not the same curve you get if you search in a field like a grassland, like a forest like this. You get other results as in the laboratory. And the thinking for the ecologist is the same way we have in this field of health. Now we have to put our ecosystem into the laboratory and make models. But it is models, it's not nature. And this is a new holistic concept. And it is not a concept only for medicine. So we are not cars, we are not machines. We are human beings in an ecosystem. And we react in this ecosystem. And it's the same way with the microbiological therapy. So as I started, all my colleagues was laughing about a little bit because we have learned that there are no bacteria in the gut. 10 years later, they say, oh, it was a very good way you went because you believed that there are bacteria. And I say, no, I didn't believe. I know, because a lot of Eastern research in the Eastern countries like Hungary, Bulgaria, like Russia, like Czechia, they know a lot about microorganisms in the soil, and microorganisms in the soil, you can transfer it into the gut ecosystem. And now we are starting to look for ecosystem with the bacteria. Not only the forest is not everything you see above the soil, the forest is living inside the soil. This is the same, and we are living inside the gut. And so we started with pro and prebiotics. That's the common way. And what were we doing? What is the best prebiotic? What is the best strain of lactobacilli? And you get all these monocausal works, all this literature. You can go in PubMed and you find that it is Plantarum, that is Rhamnosus, that is, I don't know, Bulgaricus. And this is the objective, this is a positive effect, but it is one effect, and it is not an ecological effect. And prebiotics, what have they to do? It is just and thinking of utilization. So is it helpful for us, for our body? And so we give them synthetic starch. I will talk later about this subject. It is just the thinking, they have to do something good for us. And that's not the holistic way in this field we have to show. And this is pro and prebiotics. It is well known. And is this what I talk to you? What are the best bacteria we can substitute? But we can't substitute bacteria. So it's an ecosystem. And if you thought about bacterials, thought about evolution, if you have 3 generations or 4 generations in a year, and that is a minimum, 4 generations of bacteria in your gut, and you live 50, 60, 70 years, it is 300 generations of bacteria. And 300 generations back to mankind, yeah, you are in the, behind the ice age. Yes, first mankind, Homo sapiens. You are back to the roots, to the Homo sapiens. And this happened in your body in one life and is not such substitution. So it is an organism inside your body. And we have to respect this organism, his energy, his influx to our body. And this feeding of the bacteria, yes, it's just feeding. But is it the way they need, or is it better? In old times, we had good nutrition, and so it was a balance between our nutrition and nutrition for our gut bacteria. So it is another side, another mindset to think about your gut bacteria. And then it is very interesting, homeopathy. So I did some research, and it was very, very interesting to see. And this was, as I started, one of the holistic points. I have learned for 30 years ago that you can do microbiological therapy not without a whole therapeutic concept. And one point was signaling with some bacteria to give just a signal, just an input for a new reaction. And we have a lot of different therapeutic themes with included homeopathy remedies in this field. And I did a research with Okubaka, and it was very, very interesting. So it was some of these artificial models as well we used. And they thought that it is a part of reality. If you talk to these guys, they are doing this modeling there in these bottles with bacteria. It is not the form bacteria live in your gut as they thought it's living in these bottles, because you give the enzymes and you give nutrition and so on. But it was possible to find out that homeopathy is working on bacteria. And it was a very, very easy concept what we did. So we had these bottles. There was feed, the enzymes was inside, and we put inside a little bit of Okubaka every day. So we incubate all with Okubaka, and the placebo was without Okubaka. And then we took an aliquot from both lines, and we put inside some pathological Enterobacteriaceae, and we looked how was the rate of replication of these pathogens. And in the line with the Okubaka, it was less replication than in the line from the placebo. So Okubaka strengthens the immune system of our gut bacteria. And bacteria have immune reactions, and they can stabilize their ecosystem. And you can help them with homeopathy to stabilize. And we are very proud that we had the chance to give it to a gastroenterological newspaper, and they accepted it. It was a very hard work. It was a long time run. You can imagine what happened if you have the first line, you gave it inside to the newspaper, but at least it was published. And then it's a new way, and the title was New Holistic Site. And so we are looking for signal cascades now. What happened if you have an input from microbiological therapeutics, or if you use homeopathy, or if you use other things like like the fungi? Now it is a new trend, and it is not only the working of the substances of fungi, there might be some signaling. And mTOR is one of the new cell generation, anti-inflammation, signaling cascade. So we have discussed in the field you read a lot of. But if you have this in this publication here, so there's a new word, it is epigenetic. And I told you we have a lot of generations. And the surrounding of our gut, if there are toxins, if you have the right or the wrong nutrition, it is stress or eustress or distress for the bacteria as well. And you have epigenetic effects. And so you can put all the data from the models. It is nice to have nice to understand the mechanism, But if it happened in you, and in you, it's a question mark furthermore. So we don't know what happened in the individual, and we need different concepts of treatment, and so we have the holistic side. And we can use the prebiotics, we can use the probiotics, we can use homeopathy, we can use phytotherapy, and we have to find out for every individual. And we don't have to have one publication and say, oh, that's the way now. No, it isn't. You have all your therapeutic tools, and you have to use it to make it, because we don't nothing about the epigenetic effects of bacteria. So it's a very, very complex system. And the next one, so we can do something in diagnostic. It's very interesting. Now it started that we can find out that cytokines in the gut are not the same as in the bloodstream. And we know that we have a mucosal immune system, and it is in another way working as our systematic immune system. And now we can prove what happened in the gut, and you know all these inflammation markers like alpha-1 antitrypsin, you know calprotectin, and so on. And they are not only inflammation markers, they are antimicrobial peptides, and they are using, bacteria are using these peptides to stabilize the ecosystem. And now you can check it if it is an inflammatory process or if it is a stabilizing process for the ecosystem if you include these cytokines. So we have the modern parts of science, but we can use it for the holistic side to understand this system in a better way. And you see here, this epigenetic change everything. If you have a process inside that you have a dysbiosis, so you get a malnutrition, a maldigestion, and all this process lead to leaky gut process and so on. And it's not so easy to say, okay, I give some substance, because behind this is an epigenetic process, and we don't know how we change the epigenetic process back to the originated situation. It's very, very difficult, and so we need the whole toolbox and not one of the best strains. So someone from the pharmacy is coming and tell you that we have here the publication, and this is the best strain in the world you can find at the moment. It is the work of the therapeutics to find out how you can manage this new situation and stabilize the situation. And there are some new aspects. It is not only bacteria, it's not fungi, it might be cyanobacteria as well, because they have surface molecules. They can help us to regulate the system. And there's a clamat algae from Ontario in America, in US. It is one of the most researched cyanobacteria with health effects. And so you have this surface structure. And normally, if you have the physiologist, you said, oh no, no lipopolysaccharides inside, because it is the strongest substance to start an inflammation process, and it's not good for the body. But now we know there's a lot of different kinds of LPS, and you can use it for health effect inside the microbiological therapy, and you can treat all this overactivated immune reaction with lipopolysaccharides. Others, as you can read in the book of physiology. So very interesting aspects they are starting, and you see here, you have an anti-allergic effect, you have an effect against chronic inflammation, and a lot of positive effects that you stable the immune system in the reaction between body and the bacteria. And the last point, it is a new point. It is a development of this Association for Doctors of Microbiological Therapy. And this is cooperation and autobiotics. So it is automolecular medicine. You know, vitamins, minerals, they're important for us. They're important for our bacteria as well. And so we find a galenic. We had talked about Galen in the Alchemistic Museum here. It is one of his works that he have the idea how you can transport useful substances inside the body to special organs. This is a part of the pharmacology. It is galenic. And the antibioticum has a special production way so that it is not for resorption, what is there inside the antibiotic. It is to go to the last part of the ileum, the first part of the colon, to feed and to help our bacteria in this situation. And as I mentioned first, prebiotics, if you give this isolated starch, it is like fast food for bacteria. It can be helpful in the acute situation, but we are only looking, are our bacteria producing butyric acid? Are they doing the propionate acid? Yes, so we want to utilize them. But it's not cooperation if you want to utilize your partner. And we have to live in a partnership with our gut bacteria for our health. And so we need other ways. And one way is to help them to maintain their energy system. And have you ever thought about how bacteria made ATP? So you know it is a mitochondria, but it's a complete other way in bacteria, and I will show you. It is in the outer membrane that they have this electron transport chains. And in the colon, so we say it is anaerobic, but we know that there are aerobic bubbles, and they live in aerobic bubbles. The colon is not only anaerobic bacteria, because they have these aerobic bubbles, and also the anaerobia have to produce ATP in the cytoplasm, and everything around. If there are toxins in the environment in your gut, you block the metabolism of your bacteria. You took away the chance to produce ATP and to cooperate with you. Yeah? If you are not healthy, if you have hard work and you want to sleep, you can't do your work at home, you can't go to the Congress, and that's the same for the bacteria. They need the energy to cooperate with the cells of our body. And so we have to protect them from toxins, and we have to help them for their electron transport change. And one of this comes from the soil and from other microbiological ecosystems. And we have seen that Q10 is one of the important substances, and as well the polyphenols are very important to take away oxidative stress out of the gut ecosystem for our bacteria. And we hope, now we started to explore this new kind of products of autobiotics and to find a better way to cooperate with our gut bacteria. And I hope you enjoyed Prague. Thank you, Thomas, that you have this Health Congress here. You enjoyed Prague with beer and wine and good food. And stay healthy and cooperate with your gut bacteria. And I hope I can, a little bit make you curious to use microbiological therapy in your practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Peters. We appreciate the expertise you brought to us with this session. Thank you very much. And we now turn to a physician whose work bridges science. Hello, Dr. Moreira. Whose work bridges science, tradition, and innovation, Dr. Ana Moreira. So she's president of the Portuguese Society of Integrative Medicine, serves on the executive committee in the European Society of Integrative Medicine, and founded the Center for Integrative Medicine in Porto. An international lecturer and author, she also leads integrative health retreats. Dr. Moreira, the stage is yours now.
Thank you. Good morning. So my name is Ana Moreira. I am from Portugal, a silent country in the beginning of Europe. And I work in integrative and functional fields since about 18 to 19 years. And I come, oh, sorry, what did I do? I come from a family of doctors, of medical doctors. This is my grandfather here in the college medical school in 1947. Then my father went to medical school. I left the hospital. I started working in aesthetical and anti-aging medicine. This was the first thing that I did. And then I started working in orthomolecular medicine, functional, integrative medicine, where we see the patient as a person. So I opened a clinic in Porto. I wrote a book, and this has been my daily, how do you say, medical career. I have to thank to my family, especially to my children that are here today, because they have been my support, and it's wonderful when your family supports you in you do what you do and you love what you do. So life is better when you do this. So you can access to my networks, and you don't have to take photos of my presentation. If you download this code, you can then access all presentation. So I also don't have any conflicts of interest. I don't work for any company, or I don't work for any machine companies or whatever, okay? So when we talk about health, this is the main issue that I have been searching and studying for the past almost 20 years. The world today is not the same as the world of our ancestors, of the world of our grandfathers and grandmothers. The world today is toxic. It has pollution. It has more cars than people. It has airline traffic pollution. So this is something that we don't pay much attention. We are dying of environmental pollution. We are dying because of pollution of the water. So look at this data. 9 million people per year die of pollution. This is very serious. Also the pollution in the water, also the pollution in our houses. Inside our houses, the air is more polluted than outside of our houses. Also, electromagnetic radiation pollution. We don't see it, but it's here. So look, 1, 2, 3, 4. All of us have mobile phones, some have 2, some have computers. So this is something we need to pay attention, because especially the interference with our circadian rhythm is a big issue, okay? Also, the agriculture. Our agriculture is not the same as it used to be. This use of pesticides and herbicides is all around, and we eat this food. We eat this food with pesticides. If we test the patients in the urine, for instance, we have pesticides, we have herbicides in our urine per day, and our children too. We have more mobile phones than people in the world, and we have stress. And we want to be beautiful, but the things that we put in the face and in the air is all contaminated. Also, the things that we use to clean our houses, this is a big issue, because they have chloroform that is a carcinogen. They have endocrine disrupting chemicals. So this is very, very dangerous, especially if we have children. Then, just an example. I don't want to bother you with this, but this dishwasher detergent, this is awful. The conference before talked about microbiota and the gut bacteria. These dishwasher products destroy our gut bacteria. And also, of course, everything that we put in the mouth that is toxic, like the dental fillings with amalgama that has mercury, resin fillings, and also some ionomer fillings that are also toxic. So we have toxic overload of metals, we have tobacco, we have vaccine ingredients like never before in the history of humankind, and we are with more diseases than ever. So also, this is a big issue, the microplastics. I'm sorry to tell you that even in breast milk of mother, there is microplastics that's going to the babies. So we inhale microplastics, we eat microplastics, and the newborn have microplastics in the blood and in the tissues, in the connective tissues. So this is a big issue. Also, for example, the cups that you drink coffee and tea, when they are hot, they let the plastics and the nanoparticles to the tea and coffee, and then you are going to drink it. Also, this tea bag prepare herbs. This is a very big health for risk of health. Also, these cutting boards have microplastics, so they put it in our food. And then we have deficiency of vitamins and minerals because of this, and this toxic overload, and also this less contact with nature, this stress, this anxiety that we live on, this poor sleep quality. After COVID, we are lonely. We become sad because we left some of our main family connections, and this is big problem because this lead to 75% of deaths worldwide. So this lead to chronic diseases. Everything that I've spoken about make us ill, make us become with a disease or with more than a disease. So these chronic diseases, when we think about this, we have 5 main issues that we need to pay attention. I am a scientist, although I work in integrative medicine, and some people say this is not scientific, and I don't want to bother you, but I'm just going to show you some scientific articles for those who are doctors and therapists to see that this is all proven, so this is not even questionable. So we have chronic systemic inflammation. Everything that we do, we don't eat well, we don't sleep well, we don't do physical exercise, and this leads to something called chronic silent inflammation. You have thousands of articles about this, and this leads to chronic diseases like cardiovascular disease, like cancer. Oxidative stress. The way that we eat, the way that we breathe, lead to oxidative stress. This is what you could call rusty. So we become rusty, and we think it's because of our age. It's not. It's because this oxidative stress accumulates in our extracellular matrix, and then we become rusty. And this rustiness also leads us to these chronic diseases. Also, the mitochondria. This is the power cell of our body. This is like a factory, and this mitochondrial dysfunction is present in the majority of the chronic degenerative diseases that we have. Okay? What does this mean? Means that this factory doesn't produce ATP. This is the basic molecule of energy. Another term I would like you to know, it's called glycation. So this is an article from 2025, this year, talking about glycation and products and disease development. What does this mean? When you have a chicken and you put it in the oven, the skin of the chicken, the meat is pinkish, okay? So this is because it's not already cooked. When you left it off the oven, it's cooked, it's brownish. So the majority of us are now brownish inside because we have a lot of glycation and products. What does this mean? When we eat food that is overcooked, when we eat high-fat, high-sugar diet, when we smoke, when we don't do exercise, we accumulate this glycation. That means that we are overcooking our connective tissue. And this, as you see there, also is connected with chronic diseases like joint diseases. When you feel rusty in the morning and you start having pain, it means that you have glycation and products inside. When you start having eye disease, like you are not seeing so clearly, it's not because of your age, it's because you have glycation inside. So it's very funny because we have these leading causes of glycation, and then as you higher your glycation and products in your body, you will feel rusty and you will feel more inflamed, let us say like this. Okay, and to finish, the gut. The gut is very important. Aristotle talked about the gut, Hippocrates talked about the gut, then medicine forgot the gut, and now we are remembering the gut. So the gut is very important. The gut microbiota has millions of scientific articles connecting with diseases, so we don't have to talk about this. Also, it's important that you know that the mouth and the tube ending, you know where, it's different according to the region. So you have different bacteria in the mouth, different bacteria in the stomach, different bacteria in the colon, for instance. And you have something called network. So this is an axis, like the gut-brain axis is a bidirectional axis, meaning that the gut, the gut in above. So the brain depends on the gut, and the gut depends on the brain. Okay? This is so important, like the gut feeling. When you feel something for someone or for a situation, that means that you will feel here, and that will produce, that will produce, are you listening to me? No. Are you listening to me? Yes? Okay. That will produce neurotransmitters, and these neurotransmitters will make you feel angry, sad, happy. Okay? So this is very important too. And just bring something, because we have talked about microbiota in the last lecture, but also remember this leaky gut. So this leaky gut means that you have holes in your bowel, and this makes that what you eat, what you produce, will leave the gut, will go to the blood, and then can make the majority of the autoimmune diseases as we know it. And so, what about the patient? So we are talking about diseases. So, but we need to unify health. What is this? This means that all the complementary therapies, complementary techniques, some are more, let us say, scientific or proven, best proven than others. We need to look at our patient as a whole person. That's why, for instance, this National Center for Complementary Integrative Health tell us that we need to look at the individual, and then the family, and then the community, and then the population, because these interfere in our health. But what is interesting is that we have a lot of conditions that cause one imbalance. For instance, you have diabetes and cancer, and this tells us that that person had inflammation or has inflammation. But diabetes can be caused by chronic inflammation, hormone disbalance, diet, bad diet, and lack of exercise. So this is so interesting. That's why you have to look at the person as a whole, because there are no diseases. There are people with diseases. So this is of major importance. So we need to look at the person as their physical body, their emotional body, what conflicts, what trauma, what emotional trauma did this person that we are looking at in his life. Also the mental mind, the mental body, let us say, what are their beliefs, what are their thinkings, this will lead to a certain behavior, and then of course our essence, our soul, our whatever you want to call it, that can help us know if this person will be willing to be without diseases, okay? Because it's like we are being programmed to have diseases as long as we are living. So when we talk about unify health, it's because these major complementary techniques we have been talking about are put in the equation, let us say like this. So we have to stop looking at the patient like absence of disease, because absence of a diagnosis doesn't mean you are healthy, okay? Because you don't sleep well, because you don't eat well, because you don't have good emotional, good relationships with your family, with your friends, so you are not healthy. So we need to go from the organism to the macromoleculars. What does this mean? It means we still need to take blood of the patients to see how is, let us say, inside. We need to take x-rays, but then we put all in the basket and we look at the person as a whole individual. So we should leave this reductionism approach that we've been taught in medical school to a complexity-based approach, because if you have listened to me and are not asleep, I hope, this has a lot that we need to see when we see a patient. We need to put this approach, and we need to ask questions, because illness and wellness is a continuum. So we need to see if the person had diseases when she was a child, a baby. How was the pregnancy, when the mother was pregnant of that person, and to see how the person feels. So the person can be in a disease or in a good health. So this is a continuum, because it accumulates these risk factors that I have been talking about. So, and what do we use as medical doctors and therapists? What strategic, therapeutical, modern, scientific proven do we use? I just bring some. They are relatively new, so I'm not going to spend time, sorry, talking about diet and exercise. I decided to bring you some more modern technology that we do in integrative medical clinics. So remember always that you can be healthy and disease, and this is a continuum. You have to put the patient in the center. The patient needs to be empowered, that he has to make changes. You can be a good doctor. You can be a good therapist. But if the patient doesn't take the responsibility of his health, you are not going to do anything, because you give him homeopathic medication. You give him herbs. You give him a good diet plan, and he's not going to feel it. So we need to put the responsibility in our patients. This is very different from what we have been taught in medical school. Because in medical school, we feel so powerful, because we feel God. Because I give you a prescription, and you take the prescription, and you will be ill, but with medication, for the rest of your life. So here, we give this power, and we teach the patient to do life changes, let us say like this. So these treatments are the basis of regenerative medicine, functional medicine, whatever you can call. They are called bioregulatory. Why? Because we try to reverse the rustiness, the inflammation, the overcook body that we have. So we try to reverse when we do this to our patients. So we use some functional exams, like heavy metal test. For me, this is of major importance, because as I started telling you, we are toxic overload with heavy metal, okay, so this is very important. Also, we do microbiome analysis tool. So, poo-poo, we take it to the lab, and then we analyze it for bacteria, fungus, virus, and parasites. Never forget parasites, because we have a lot of toxic parasite overload in our bodies, okay? As much disease as you have, as much parasites as you have. We also do something called mitochondria analysis. We do oxidative stress tests to see how overcooked are we. We do vitamins and minerals analysis. We do fatty acids, and we do something called immune phenotype analysis. I like this very much because this allows us to see how our immune system is. And what about the treatments that we do? We do hydrocolon therapy, exactly because we are talking about the gut health. We do 10-pass ozone therapy. We do something called therapeutical apheresis. We do orthomolecular infusions. We do laser IV. We do dentistry, integrative dentistry. This is major important. So I have some minutes to tell you about the intravenous infusion. So something very interesting is that 80% of the water in the brain is seawater. So when we give a patient an intravenous infusion of vitamins, of oligoelements, it goes right to the place where it has to be, because it doesn't have to go to the stomach or to the liver. This is a molecule very well studied called NAD+. It increased the efficiency of our stem cells, so I like it very much. Also, we have Q10, very important too, and vitamin C. Especially in cancer patients, we use high doses of vitamin C, called Riordan protocol, is an American protocol. Then we do something called apheresis. This is a filter of the blood, let us say like this. It comes from the Greek word remove. So we have a device, we have like a machine, and we take blood. The blood goes into the machine, into the filter, and then comes back again to the body. The filter is what is important, because it's a nanomembrane filter that gets the heavy metal, the pesticides, the herbicides. Also, autologous infusion of stem cell. So we do this in the clinic in Porto. So we take off stem cells from the bone or from the blood, and we amplify, we cultivate, and then we inject it back again. So this is very important, especially when we are talking about anti-aging and some kind of diseases that are well known now that we can use the stem cell. Of course, aging is something that we always like to love. Hyperbaric ozone therapy. So you take blood of the patient, you mix it with ozone. Ozone is a gas, as you know, is O3. So 3 molecules, 3 atoms of oxygen. And then you mix it with the blood. And the blood becomes reddish because becomes with overload of oxygen. So, in conclusion, we need to shift the focus of disease treatment forever to health creation. We need to build these resilient systems and align it with equity and sustainability goals. So, I have 1 more minute because Thomas, so if you want to download the presentation, talk to me. So, I have the pleasure that my dear friend Thomas and some friends that are here are going to be with us in Portugal, in Porto, to the International Congress of Integrative Medicine in December. You are all invited to come. I will give you a code so that you can sign for free, but you have to thank it to my dear friend Thomas, because he has made a partnership with us and us with him. with him and his organization. We are going to talk about cancer, we are going to talk about dentistry, psychosomatic medicine, orthomolecular medicine, microbiota, veterinary integrative approach to the animals. Also, we have some politics talking about how we can change health, giving importance to diet, nutrition, and vitamins. This is very important. We are receiving doctors and therapists from all over the world. So it will be a pleasure if you can join us in Porto. We also will have Dr. Bruce Lipton. And we have 9 rooms at the same time and 25 countries. So if some of you want to join us, it will be a pleasure. You can scan the code. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Dr. Moreira, thank you so much for contributing to our program with so much great information. Thank you. For those who were recording, I just wanted to remind you that all the program is recorded as well and will be available online afterwards. To introduce Biotronics, its background, possibilities, and results, please welcome to the stage its leading representative, Director of Sanator, the Union of Biotronicists of Josef Zazulka, founder of the Institute for TCIM and CAM, and Vice Chairman of the Council for Integrative Medicine, Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer. Mr. Pfeiffer, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Děkuji.
Thank you.
Děkuji vám.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with a quote of a scientist, the best one who has ever lived, thanks to whom we do not use candles for lights, thanks to whom our machines and devices work. On a day when science starts studying phenomena unrelated to physics, progress will advance in 10 years more than it would in several centuries of its existence. And this is very true. The realm we have been investigating is very limited, and beyond that boundary lie other worlds which are ready to be investigated, which are ready to become the point of our interest. Today, let me touch Biotronics, but before I start, allow me to respond to Jesper's contribution, who mentioned that there is democracy, and that was related to Wikipedia when some contributions are being deleted. Democracy does not look like this, because democracy is a dialogue, and therefore aggressive deleting of contributions is a sign of totalitarian regime. Now, such contributions should be investigated so now let's get to our topic, Biotronics in the 21st century. It is not a new topic, because life has always carried energies, and as matter carries energy, so does organic matter. It is already a very old branch of complementary medicine. Allow me to move to the next slide. So this is already an established branch of complementary medicine, and it has already proven its effectivity as a supportive treatment for various diagnoses. Studies generally report improvements in patients' quality of life. And a new non-invasive method of spiritual energy therapy. It has shown that it can heal even patients who are incurable by conventional medicine. We will show you some slides which will be reporting that. This field of biotronics was founded by Czech philosopher and healer Josef Sazulka, and it is based on the assumption that the human organism has three basic components: physical, mental, and vital. And based on this, we can understand the causes of diseases and the ways how to treat them. So biotronics operates in the field of vital biological forces, and that are central petal, central fugal, stimulating and calming forces. So here you can see a similarity to forces which our ancestors referred to in their ancient philosophies. Biotronics applies a specific force structure in a targeted manner according to the diagnosis, and unlike other fields of energy therapy, this targeted approach can make this intervention more effective and successful. In history, we can also see research which took place in deep communism. It took place in hospital in Vimperk, and it was a short investigation, short trial into which 20 patients were involved. The patients suffered from asthma, duodenal or gastritic ulcer, and these patients were expected to react to the treatment, and the lower expected sensitivity was heart disease, hypertension. So what were the outcomes? So out of 20 patients, the results were inconclusive in only 2 patients, and the treatment was terminated prematurely in 4 patients. But then after that, the investigation had been proven. It was discontinued by the state police. Positive results were confirmed both by clinical status and laboratory tests. The greatest achievement was reported in the case of terminal stomach cancer, where total revitalization was achieved after 7 days of biotronic intervention, although that patient had been ante portas. And here, an artificial opening in the abdominal cavity after colostomy healed spontaneously without surgical intervention. That was a miracle. Statistics on treated diseases related to mine work. Over those 4 years of practice, I have healed about 3,000 patients. In 30% they were tumor diseases, and 27% these were heart and vascular diseases, and 10% neurological diseases, as you can see on the chart. As biotronics is a field which works on integration into mainstream medicine, I would like to approve a few case studies. Here, a 44-year-old man was diagnosed with a malignant lentigo maligna melanoma, and surgical removal of the tumor was indicated. But after that, the tumor started growing really aggressively to the size of 10/8. And while the man was waiting for an operation, he underwent biotronic treatment, which reduced the tumor to 7 by 7 millimeters. And thanks to that, the operation was only performed to a much less radical manner, and after that the gentleman underwent an aesthetic operation. And this patient still is alive 7 years after the diagnosis. His face shows no signs of the procedure. Another case reports a 52-year-old woman with extensive inoperable adenocarcinoma of stomach in the terminal stage. And after almost half of the stomach was infiltrated, and after she underwent biotronic treatment, an encapsulated tumor was found. Another case study reports a 35-year-old woman with papillary adenocarcinoma of the ovary. There were repeated conventional medicine interventions which were completely unsuccessful, and the woman was already in terminal stage. The tumor reached her navel, and then she was repeatedly treated with biotronics, and after 2 years and a half, the tumor gradually disappeared, which was reported also with CT, sonography, scintigraphy examinations, which proved all the findings. Another case study was a 70-year-old woman with small cell bronchogenic carcinoma with metastasis in the mediastinal and cervical lymph nodes. And after biotronic treatment, the patient lived for another 14 years after the initial diagnosis. And then a 53-year-old man with locally progressive malignant melanoma of the left lower limb in the small pelvis. So you know well what the prognosis of such a terminal state is. Then, conventional treatment had to be terminated, and he underwent biotronic treatment, and the patient is still alive and has been alive for 18 years. So now we have published a preprint in an impacted journal, which was very difficult to reach, in Research Square, which reports a unique closure of an open foramen ovale after biotronic treatment, which had never actually been observed before without surgical intervention. And the last case study is a 31-year-old man was hospitalized with a stroke of embolic origin due to paradoxical embolism in the foramen ovale patents. The patient underwent biotronic treatment, which resulted in significant improvement in neurological and cardiac impairment. So the transesophageal echocardiographer performed did not confirm the initially detected atrial septal defect. So that was a very extraordinary case. I contacted a head oncologist, and I asked how many spontaneous recoveries they had seen, and his answer was that none. Although literature does report it. I know about that. So long-term survival of cancer patients after unsuccessful conventional treatment in the terminal stage of the disease is extremely rare. So achieving such results is an unusual success. So the closure of the foramen ovale without surgery, which initially seemed necessary, is remarkably unique. József Izolka's biotronic biotronics has significant therapeutic potential in integrative healthcare. This is true, and let's hope that time will come when such incomprehensible areas of biological forces will become the subject of investigation. Because biotronics is also able to treat other diagnoses, for example, sclerosis, multiple sclerosis, ulcer, colitis. Great achievements have been achieved in LMD, DMO, in infants, complicating the children's development in the area of cognitive development, especially in terms of their movement, especially the intervention by biotronics is available in early age. What seems to be impossible, a mere miracle, and that is closure of colostoma without surgery, is a real miracle, which goes beyond all our imagination about what is possible. But we have already faced our innate and gained persuasion of what might and might not work. And then life brought us to new knowledge, which opened the door to something completely different. So this is very important that biotronics and also all other branches could find space for research, because we all are here for ourselves, because we are ill ourselves, and those in need are also here, and there are more and more of them. What we call modern world brings instant worsening of the conditions, which was very well described by Ana Moreira, that described interconnectivity of different areas of life. And here I would like to express my thanks to science, because we have already seen multiple scientific series mapping the interconnections, for example, between your microbiome and your cognitive abilities. So if you're interested, follow the newest scientific research, and you will find out what discoveries have been made. I'm 70 years old, so the science of my youth was completely different. So everything seemed to be very clear at that time, and later on, new discoveries, which are completely contradictory to those findings which had been presented before, were made. Man investigates something and believes that this is like a final discovery, because beyond every horizon there is another one. And Ayurveda and other fields related to philosophy could report this. So at the end of our journeys, we will be able to say that our consciousness and our beings is already ante portals, become before we merge with the source. So philosophy in first place, that's why Charles University also opened the study of philosophy as the first scientific methods, because one does not only be a scientist, but we should be humans in first place, to be more sensitive, more understanding, loving, and working on improvement of our human qualities, because we are no gods. some people already believe that they are on that level. So I think I should use one more quote, and that is, those whom medicines cannot heal, nature training for health means moderation in food and diligence in effort. So this is by Hippocrates. This name belongs to VIPs, doesn't it? It's connected to all medical practice. And we can often see them here in many other quotes, and this does not contradict medicine, which here I mean conventional EBM medicine, which is completely unreplaceable. And the reason why I am here is to enrich this world with something which was given into my life as a gift. Although I admit I did not grow up as a biotronicist, I had never expected to be able to work in this realm. Although since my youth I had always had some spiritual experience. So biotronics is connected with philosophy, spirituality, and religion, as it uses something which it never purchases. Because a biotronicist uses something which is never purchased. It is a gift which can be used for everybody. If it's a biotronicist of Józef Zazulka, then this is always non-profit treatment. We don't buy anything and we don't sell anything either. The treatment should go out of the spiritual heart, not the organ. And this is a life journey. Medicine also has very hard preparation, studies at a faculty, all exams, and then whole life education, because a medical doctor cannot never stop studying. But the same applies to biotronics in a different field, because a biotronicist makes a personal change in their lives, on themselves. As was described previously, Jacob's ladder, there is a change, personal change, which leads to higher experience, which impulses further change. And that brings additional knowledge and experience. So this is a whole system, interconnected system. Each age has certain soul, a certain spirit. There have been very material times. And this is a demonstration of a curve in our eras which change. We have already had many civilizations, which some of them reached great achievements. Some of them could be perceived as useless or mentally ill. But sensitive humans always ask, wise people always ask, what these people reached, what these civilizations achieved, because there might have been even greater achievements in former civilizations than those of us. That's why I included Nikola Tesla here, because he went completely beyond the results of contemporary science. In today's science, we believe that this always leads via teams, and Tesla was the complete opposite of research work. Of course, teamwork is very powerful. If that team consisted of numerous Teslas, that would achieved the greatest results. So I still look forward to those days when his achievements will be fully understood. Because he studied completely inorganic and organic forces, and I represent organic forces that refer to him, and not only to him, because Josef Zazulka was a very incredible figure. His range of understanding is indescribable. Doctors who cooperated with him reported as his state of knowledge as such belonging to a professor of medicine. For example, when new illnesses, for example AIDS, were reported, he communicated with a doctor, and that doctor reported that Zazulka had already known much more about this specific illness, AIDS, much more than himself and the published studies. In the 50s, he already informed about meat as being harmful, which has been only proven recently. He published diets, cancerogenic diets, and then WHO published a similar diet after decades. He also reported the effect of genetically modified animals, reports changes in its DNA when humans start having similar shapes to those of pigs. So I believe that it will become possible in the future, that this all will be investigated and studied. So just those a few % of genome change really matter. Also, meat consumption and hormones developed due to the stress that animals are experiencing before being slaughtered actually get transferred into human tissues after that meat has been consumed by a human. So let me conclude with a topic which is not very common, and that is the experience from the Himalayas. In Himalaya valleys, there are two completely different populations. One of them consumes meat normally, and the other one is a completely plant-based population. That non-meat population lives until the age of 120, and they look much younger. This has been investigated. You will be able to find the links. This is also very significant. I work in the realm of oncological treatments. I never take a doctor's patient. This must always be with a doctor's approval. Of course, it would be ideal if Biotronics could be applied before a patient's operation, and then the evaluation could be performed. Hopefully, this may happen in the future.
Informaci jsem podal, je to k dispozici.
This has been reported. I would like to thank Ana Moreira, who was one of those who enabled me to give a presentation in her congress in Porto, where I had an opportunity to present in the main program with oncological pathogenesis of the cell. And in the auditorium, there were more than 1,000 oncologists. So it was very vast audience. And now we would like to continue in the Congress in Rio de Janeiro, and I believe in further progress in sharing experience. So I wish you that you would never need biotonics, because that's the best option. And towards all those recommendations from Ayurveda and other disciplines should lead, because all of them should follow the same aim, and they are equally important. These are realms which Western science overlooks. So a disease is removed via inorganic science, inorganic forces in conventional medicine. However, we know what increased curve of tumor is, what it looks like. We know what bleeding into intestines looks like. So this is no prevention. This is already finding of existing illness. We should make sure that these pathological processes do not develop at all. That's what we should focus on. So there will be changes in the paradigm and the interest of the scientific world into more biological form of intervention, because we deal with biology, which is very variable itself, much more variable than we have ever discovered. But there is a long journey to be taken. It's also a journey for science, and I believe in a unique journey, so I believe that science will merge with philosophy in the end. Science sometimes ridicules philosophy, because this seems to be something which hasn't been reported yet. But that's because we haven't studied it sufficiently. And there are difficult areas in philosophy, there are difficult areas in science as well. Some mistakes that had been made and later corrected. So what is philosophy? It's not memorizing Hippocrates. Philosophy is what you live. Philosophy is here that you could change your own personality. So I wish you all success in that. Thank you.
Mr. Pfeiffer, thank you for your captivating presentation, truly captivating presentation. Thank you very much. And now it's a time for a short break. So we'll meet here back at 11:05. Please refresh and stretch.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost. Bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to start again. Let's get back to our presentations. Please, dear presenters, remember the gifts at the entrances of the halls.
Exploring Ayurveda's role in acute psychiatric care is Dr. Harsha Graminger, physician, Ayurveda specialist, and pioneer of integrative medicine in Europe. She has run Ayurvedic practices in Italy and Germany, trained physicians, and worked as a psychotherapist and consultant. She's founding and current president of the European Ayurveda Association and a member of the European Medical Association and ANMI. Dr. Graminger, we're looking forward to your talk. Welcome.
So I'm going to take you in a completely different world. The world outside of medicine, the world outside of society. It is the psychiatry. So everybody would like to have psychotherapy, so it's in to have a psychotherapist, but it's not in to go into a psychiatric hospital. So now, what I'm talking about is the revolutionary difference if we add Ayurveda into psychiatric care. So that's the topic. And that was my work for more than 1 year. So I will be talking about how it happened, what happened, how were the difficulties, how was the benefit. Because you cannot add a system of medicine like Ayurveda, into a ready-made psychiatric hospital. You need to see that you complement the psychiatry and not you create a border towards the normal treatments they have there. So there was a big challenge, and there was the idea of one professor. He had the idea, so we can add something, we can add Ayurveda to have a benefit for patients and for the medical specialists. Because, you know, they are running in a hospital, they are running on a 95 to 98% occupational rate. There is no space to put another system in. So I go back to tell you a little bit of the story of Chatras. The history says in 1868 it was founded by A.H. Foppel. So there was an outside treatment center for psychiatry. In 1900, they started to build up pavilions for different departments in a park-like area. And if you go there today, you feel like in an exclusive retreat center. So not at all in a psychiatric hospital. And that's the beauty of it, because we need fresh air, we need nature to heal. We need nature to heal our psyche. In 1999, the Diaconie took over the psychiatric hospital, and in 2010, Professor Dr. Stefan Brunhuber became the medical director, and he is one person who looks beyond the boundaries of conventional medicine. So he put in the natural medicine, naturopathic treatments into the hospital already. So in 2021, the hospital became a teaching facility to the University of Dresden for in psychiatry. So the hospital has 120 beds, 60 places of day clinic, and 30 beds of psychosomatic. The medical director is a psychiatrist, a sociologist, and an economist. So you can see he has a broader spectrum than the usual psychiatrists have. So that's how the idea came. He's even a member of Club of Rome. So already existing in the clinic when I entered was occupational therapy, physiotherapy, acupuncture, osteopathy, of course psychotherapy, but a little bit of yoga and a little bit of meditation. So, and then came the idea we add Ayurveda, but Ayurveda is not a unique treatment. It's not something you just put on some oil on the patient, but it is a whole system to add in this psychiatric care. So that's how I see the whole picture from the beginning. So I see Ayurveda as Agni. And Agni needs to go in every cell, everywhere in the body, in every department of the hospital, in everyone. So the slogan from the beginning was, conventional medicine is leading and Ayurveda is lived. And okay, you tell me Ayurveda is lived, and then I go in and we let it live. So we create Agni, we create fire in every cell of the hospital. But it's not easy because everybody goes on its limits. The people, they are so stressed out, the psychiatrists, psychologists, everybody, and the nurses, they are under the maximum of stress. So you cannot come in and tell, well, we add a little bit of Ayurveda, now we have an Ayurveda department and everything will change. So you need to be a little bit creative and take everybody in the change process with you. So now you know the mental diseases are increasing. The hospitals are at their limits. Everybody wants psychotherapy. If you have an adolescent child, you look for psychotherapy, you don't find a place. They tell you you have a problem. Many children nowadays, or let's say teenagers, harm themselves. They cut themselves. That's what they do. And then you make a little bit of psychotherapy and everything is fine. You give them some psychodrugs, but it doesn't cure them. So they need really good care, and maybe they need some time in a psychiatric clinic. But because the patients, they come in one time, next time, they are not really cured. So new patients cannot come in. There is no bed free for them. So we know the conventional therapies come to a certain point. That's why patients come back. So how can the patients benefit and can be cured a little bit more? So, and how can they get a little bit less of these medicaments they're using? That's not that easy because, you know, it all is in a way when a psychiatrist sees the patient in a certain time, they have a few minutes, maybe in the night, maybe during the day, and they need to prescribe something and they need to make the treatment plan. And they do this very, very effective. But of course, they cannot go deeper. So you talked yesterday about reaching the soul. Nobody reaches the heart or the soul there. We reach only the mind with in our psychiatric treatment. So Ayurveda is a beautiful word. No, we have heard about it. It's a bit of wellness, but medicine we don't see. So we want to have support of integration of traditional medicine into the modern system. So what does help really? It is the detoxification therapies in Ayurveda. So when we use Panchakarma methods there, and this can be done for patients who are there for maybe 4 weeks, then we can start to use it. And many patients with anxiety disorders or depression or bipolar disorders are staying for this amount of time. We can treat also dement patients. For everything, there is a cure, and there is a benefit for the patient. So with these purification methods, this means medicated Vaman, it means purgation, it means enema, it means nasya, the nose and head treatment, and maybe bloodletting. With these methods, you purify the body. But I will tell you more about it, because this is the idea. But you cannot just implement it, so we do this. So anyway, I had to teach a lot. But, you know, you start somewhere to make the change process. What can you do? You can talk about it. So the board of directors have been very happy to do it. So they told, yes, it's a fantastic idea. You can implement it. You can start with it. And we talked about nutrition, Ayurvedic nutrition. Yes, it's okay, we can have a nice lunch, an Ayurvedic lunch. No, I told we need a breakfast warm and a dinner warm in a psychiatric hospital, public hospital. It's not a private clinic, because in a private clinic, of course, the people go, they get everything. But in a normal, acute public hospital, it is not the case. So we had many discussions about the topic of nutrition. And only in the end, the big boss agreed. He told, okay, this is now my baby. Everybody in this hospital can receive Ayurvedic food. Everybody, the employees and every patient, so they can choose. Somebody can get the normal food if they want to eat it, but the other patients will tell, well, I feel much better. And you know what? In a psychiatric hospital, everybody is on medicaments for the bowel movement. And they have hyperacidity. So nobody has a normal digestion there. It is just what they don't have. It's normal to give the medicaments. And this was the big argument for me. You can have Ayurvedic nutrition, and then you save money in the medicines. And you know what came out? It came out that actually the Ayurvedic food is cheaper than the normal food, and the use of medicines is less. So it is a big argument to have it actually in every hospital. So the concept, the new concept, is there to really integrate. You know, there are clinics that do allopathy, and then they do Ayurveda. They come from allopathy and then they go there, and the allopathic doctor tells, well, they can go to Ayurveda. And the Ayurvedic doctor tells, okay, what they did is fine, but I know better, I do it in a different way. And this doesn't work for me. Integration means for me that the allopathic doctor, the psychiatrist, knows what the treatment does with the patient when he gets an Ayurvedic treatment. The nurses need to know, what does it mean, Ayurvedic treatment? How does the patient respond? And I want to have from the nurses the response to the Ayurvedic doctor, what happened after the treatment. So they see, okay, Vata is pacified. Okay, in this guy, Pitta is pacified. But this guy is completely in the tamas. What happened? He doesn't get up anymore. So something might have gone wrong in the treatment. So there needs to be an interaction. And when there is a time to lower the dosage of medicine, the psychiatrists and the psychologists need to know that now is the time. So everybody needs to inform. And this means integration for me. So the model is to have in the first week and the third week Ayurvedic detoxification therapies. In the second week and in the fourth week, they have more psychotherapy. And when you detox, this is my experience of many years of Panchakarma in my own clinic, when you detox, suddenly the mind gets more clear. So you can do psychotherapy, but if you don't reach the heart or you don't reach the soul, which kind of psychotherapy you want to do? You want to heal the mind. The mind is not possible to heal, actually. So we need to become a witness of the mind. We cannot heal the mind. So when the bodies are detoxed and the minds, in a way, are detoxed from nasya and from all the treatments, then suddenly a patient can see, actually, I have a psychological problem. I want to work on it because I behave in a strange and a weird way. And there starts the real psychotherapy. And this, the psychologists in the clinic didn't believe. They were really like, oh, no. We know that we are the most important people here. Without psychotherapy, psychiatry does not function. So this was quite interesting. So we went with this skepsis, but it didn't matter. So we started with the training. So we did constitutional workshops, we did trainings, we did the basic, we taught the basic principles in Ayurveda, and I let them experiment. So let's do a bit of pranayama. So this is the yogic breathing. And then they felt already, the psychiatrists were sitting there, the psychologists, the nurses, oh, we are much more clear in our minds. Oh, great. So if you know this, you can pass this on to the patient. So we do a little bit. So I told them to do oil sucking in the morning, scraping the tongue, and then pranayama. And the breakfast should be warm. So they all started to do this at home. And the result was amazing, because for 1 year, I was like a side by side to them. And they told, my God, we are much more clear. The digestion is much better. And if we eat in the evening something warm, we feel even better. So they brought it in their families. So slowly, it started a movement inside the clinic that everybody wanted to learn Ayurveda. What is this, what comes in this clinic? So there came the laboratory people, and there came the radiologists, and there came the administrators. Everybody wanted to learn. Can we also have a class? Can we come to you? We want to learn that, because they hear so good things about Ayurveda. So that's how the fire came in the clinic. And everybody was part of it. So the change process was happening over 1 year. And of course, we talked always about digestion and nutrition, because it's first point also in psychiatry. It's so important what you eat. Then the digestion gets much better. And you see again, conventional medicine takes the lead, Ayurveda is lived. So if you live Ayurveda, also conventional medicine will benefit by it. Of course, they all learned what it does, Ayurveda, when we do Ayurveda here. So when we have the adaptation of nutrition, gastrointestinal problems disappeared. If we do panchakarma, detox therapies for purification, there is more mental clarity. There is a better cognitive there's a better cognition. So, and then a reduction of neuroinflammation we have. So all these symptoms where psychiatric drugs start to act, they disappear. You don't have the need of so many drugs anymore. So we can reduce the medication. So, and that's how we see the different levels of perception in Ayurveda. So we recognize something from our senses. We have an overload of senses, of our senses, because we are filled up. Then this comes to our mind, to manas. And our mind gets restless, or it gets like a little bit dumb, or it is on fire. So how the intellect can see clear? It can't see clear. It's impossible, because already there are a lot of clouds. So the intellect is clouded with ama. So then we have the first memory, smriti. So there is also not a clear perception. And then on top come the old patterns of thinking, of behaviors. This is the chitta memory. This comes on top. So the ego is maybe plugging in and trying to survive. So even there is not a natural ego, not a natural I am feeling. So in the end, it should reach the witness. But the witness can't be reached because of all this ama inside the different levels of perception. So I show you a picture of my teacher, Dr. Lat. So he made it very clear. So you see, that's how psychological trauma is, with the different levels. And this you can clean out only with panchakarma, not in a different way. I think I need to go a little further. Okay, it was when we start to treat anxiety and panic attacks with Ayurveda, we do it in a different way. So we need to nourish the people, because there is a vata disruption. So prana vata is disturbed, and udana vayu and vayana vayu is disturbed. So we need to put this all back in balance. And this we can do with panchakarma, of course. So we do a snehan before, inner oleation, outer oleation. That's how we start. And then in the first and the third week, we have all these detoxification therapies, where I can't talk now about, because we are almost over the time, I guess. So the inner oleation is with a ghee, with Brahmi Ghritam, for example, for this kind of people, or Ashwagandha Ghritam, or Mahatriphala Ghritam, it depends. Outer oleation also with a certain medicated oil. And then they have head massages, whatever the doctor is prescribing. So after a normal examination of the psychiatrist, we have the examination of the Ayurvedic doctor, and he will prescribe the program for the patient. And this program is seen from the psychiatrists and from the psychologists. It's not that there's a separate section. So everybody can look what the other person did, what the other doctor did. And this is really wonderful in this clinic, because I've never seen it before, and not at all in the psychiatry. So when the third week comes and the nasya, the nose and the head gets a treatment, then it's really clarity there. So we can use Kshira Bala Tailam. Whoever is in Ayurveda knows that it works very well. We can give Kulon Bastis, Anuvasana Bastis, because they are nourishing. So they're all in a certain rhythm given, the nasya and the basti, all in the third week. And of course, during the whole time, they get Ayurvedic nutrition. And when there is this this purgation day, then before they get their khichdi, and during the day little rice soup, and after again khichdi. So they have a certain cuisine on these days, so the patient can digest the toxins. Then there is individual and group yoga, and there is meditation, individual meditation. The doctor gives some hints for this patient how he could meditate. Somebody cannot close the eyes, so we need to be creative to give him something else on the hand. Somebody cannot move the body really, so we need to be creative which kind of yoga you do. But you can do always pranayama. So there are some medicines which can be given when the patient has anxiety or panic attacks. You can do some Pachan if there is ama in the body before the treatments. And then we have some drugs to treat the mind as well. And we have some drugs to cleanse afterwards the colon. So whatever is needed, the doctor knows it, he prescribes it, and this is given to the patient. In the final consultation, the Ayurvedic doctor gives the treatment plan to the patient, how he can continue at home. And then afterwards, they can come in the day clinic, and then they have again some advice from the doctor how they can continue with their treatment at home, what they can do. How did it go with the food? How did it go with the pranayama or the nasya? So they can see that. Dementia we don't do now. So, of course, it takes some time. It takes some time to integrate Ayurveda. Now they started with having individual treatments, and with these individual treatments and the Ayurvedic cuisine, they have already amazing results. So the psychologists, who were the most skeptic, told that, my God, we see immediately when a patient comes in from Ayurveda, because they behave completely different when we have the group therapy. You see it, it's like they're more shining, they're more willing to work on themselves. They're more looking at their psychological problems. So this is the modern hospital which they built in 2011. So what I think is Ayurveda is really able to go inside every hospital. So psychiatry this was the first model like this, where Ayurveda is really integrated. And I believe that patients and doctors benefit, all the medicinal specialists benefit from Ayurveda there. They benefit for themselves, and the patients benefit from this model, because they're more clear why I got sick, why I didn't function anymore, because it's not working only on the mind, but it goes directly in your witnessing, in your inner eye, in your heart, and you see what made you sick, what doesn't function in you, and maybe you find out who you are. So that's why it's interesting to put it everywhere. So these are a few pictures from the clinic. So you see Professor Brunhuber there. He is sitting here and showing Ayurvedic food. This is his assistant. This is Dr. Chibin Manchila. He's working there. This was taken in India. So you see the whole team. Everybody enjoys Ayurvedic food, and they were so happy to receive it and to have it there. So the doctors told me, my God, how did it happen that we have this delicious food here now for us all? So everybody was very happy to receive it. So the future is this project. This project is full of promise. And already it works. And you can go there on the 26th of November. There will be a tour inside the hospital and inside the Ayurvedic department. And in Chatras, Professor Brunhuber is very open to share with you his experience. And if you come next year, it will really run well. Then they will have for sure 20 patients a month. And psychologists will be even more happy as they are right now. Thank you so much.
Dr. Graminger, thank you very much for showing us the important way how Ayurveda can help with mental illnesses. Maybe we have time for 1 or 2 short questions if you want to ask Dr. Graminger. So there are microphones. Are there? No. Okay. So then thank you very much. And And now join me in welcoming Mrs. Milena Simeoni, a naturopath, reflexologist, and teaching director of the Lumen School of Naturopathy in Italy. Her research focuses on diet, lifestyle, and disease prevention. She created the holistic podalic reflexology method, founded the Lumen Eco Village, and leads the European Salus Initiative while serving on committees that promote traditional European medicine.
Thank you.
You can start.
Thank you. I must read my presentation because my English, for now, is not sufficient for a fluent presentation. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. It is a great gift for me to be here at the 4th World Health Congress in Prague. My heartfelt thanks go to Thomas Pfeiffer, the ETCEM, the Salus Network, TEM Forum, and to all of you who passionately share our common goals. Today, I will speak about European traditional medicine, ancient roots for the health and the resilience of today's citizens. My aim is to show how ancient wisdom and modern science can engage in dialogue within a new perspective on health. The promotion on health and TEM, in Italy MTAM, is my life's mission. This is why I devote myself with passion to research, education, dialogue with institutions, and the sharing of this knowledge. I am convinced that health promotion and freedom of choice are fundamental rights of every citizen. Before talking about solutions, it is important to observe the context. In Europe, non-communicable diseases account for around 85% of deaths and are the leading cause of disability. A system based only on treatment is not sufficient. Education and health promotion must become central. In few words, a strong empowerment. Hippocrates taught it is not enough to anticipate disease to cure it. It is necessary to teach health to preserve it. Today, the WHO and public health affirm the same truth. The most effective way to reduce disease is to teach health. With this same conviction, in 2019, we launched the Salus Initiative. It was born from the idea that understanding the link between lifestyle and health is a fundamental right of every citizen. Today, Salus is supported by the European Parliament, 19 members, and the Italian Parliament, 15 members. Salus proposes a profound paradigm shift. It is necessary that practitioners and health promotion motive citizens to a change in lifestyle. A paradigm shift, the always health promotion in the broadest sense of the term, to be placed at the center. Nothing new if you consider that Hippocrates already stated in 400 before Christ. To realize this change, Salus proposes 3 strategies. Link every action to health promotion. Ensure interventions are cross-sectoral and synergistic. Align economic interest with the common good. These principles translate ancient wisdom into contemporary governance. Let us now go deeper into the first strategy, linking every action to health promotion. Hippocratic medicine was structured in 3 levels: Igea, Panacea, Ferro. Hygiene, natural remedies and manual treatments. Just as in Hippocratic medicine, so too in TEM today, the first step is health promotion. These are the words of Hippocrates about this structure. If you could give every individual and right amount of nutrition and exercise, not too little and not too much, we would have found the way to health. The scientific wisdom of the past finds confirmation in modern research today. Running, at least, lowers mortality for infection by 40%. Consuming 19 grams per day of whole grains lowers it by 20%. Eating 20 grams per day of nuts lowers it by 18%. Consuming at least 500 grams per day of fruit and vegetable lowers it by 31%. Daily chews are effective tools of health promotion. And once again, regarding health promotion, the past already had clear ideas. Hildegarda of Bingen wrote, "The health of the body depends on the harmony of the soul. When the soul is troubled, the body also suffers." Her wisdom reminds us that health promotion comes from harmony between body and soul, between emotion and physicality. This knowledge from the past is now confirmed by numerous high-quality scientific studies, such as those shown in this table. Meditation reduces the severity of respiratory infections by 60%. Yoga lowers inflammatory markers. Faith practices reduce mortality by 36%. Let us now turn to the second strategy of Salus, making intervention transversal and synergistic. The transversal approach to health promotion combines reductionism and holism, the analytical vision and the systemic vision, present and past, modern medicine and traditional medicine, science and philosophy, logical thinking and analogical thinking. This is possible involving experts in modern medicine and in traditional medicine, health and not health professionals, social, educational and community, all focused on the common goal of improving quality of life and making social and health systems more sustainability. In line with what we have just seen, scientific research also acknowledges the importance of this approach. An article published in PLOS Medicine in 2021 highlights that transdisciplinary collaboration is essential to improve health and make systems more sustainable. Once again, ancient knowledge and modern science move in the same direction. This transversal approach finds a concrete foundation in traditional European medicine, which is based on a simple model with a very broad field of application, the tetradic vision. TEM teaches that both inside and outside of us, from microcosm to macrocosm, everything is constituted by the four elements, which in the human being are represented by the four humors, each characterized by two qualities. Sanguis represents air, and it is hot and wet. Cholera represents fire, and it is hot and dry. Melancholera represents earth, and it is cold and dry. Phlegma represents water, and it is cold and wet. The physiological dominance of one quality or one humor over the others defines the individual constitution. An harmonious quantitative and qualitative relationship among the four humors generates health, defined as crisis. An unbalanced relationship, however, leads to the loss of health, which can manifest as dyscrasia when their relationship is alterated on the quantitative level, or as cacochemia when their relationship is alterated on the qualitative level. These characteristics influence the person in their wellness, symptoms, behaviors, structure, and reactivity. For example, if hot-dry predominates, the individual as a whole will be characterized by this dominance. Pain is be violent, stabbing, and increasing rapidly. In continuity with this vision, traditional European medicine has always recognized that health and illness are deeply influenced by lifestyle. The way we eat, move, rest, and live our emotions shapes the balance of the humors and consequently our state of health. Today, lifestyle studies confirm this approach. Daily choices weigh more than genetics in determining health. This is the great principle of traditional European medicine, Mediterranean medicine. Today, for reason of time, I will focus my attention on one principle in particular, the vis medicatris naturae. Vis medicatris naturae is the self-healing force inside every living organism. Hippocrates described it as nature's ability to restore lost balance. In traditional European medicine, this principle is central. The role of the professional is to support the individual vital force in identifying, mitigating, and when possible, removing the forces that oppose its natural rebalancing. For example, in case of circulatory problems in legs, collaborating with the vital force means, first and foremost, supporting the organism as a whole, for example, by implementing or harmonizing movement to support the foot pump and the intrinsic and extrinsic muscles, promoting abdominal breathing, which acts as a complementary force to the plantar push. Improving bowel function and reducing abdominal fat, which can act as an antagonist force. Rebalancing the diet and physiologic activity to reduce low-grade system inflammation. Stimulating ASC function to improve superficial circulation and detoxification. Reducing stress, which can hinder and distribution of cardiac output. These are interventions that have each been validated by modern science and that together achieve much more than the simple sum of their parts. Excuse me, I'm agitated, excuse me. Behind physiology, it is the humoral composition of each individual that makes the difference. As Hippocrates said, it is more important to know what kind of person has a disease than to know what kind of disease a person has. This captures the essence of European traditional medicine. The person, not the pathology, is at the center. Understanding the constitution, both genotypic and phenotypic, means recognize each individual's potential and vulnerabilities. This is an ancient concept shared by all traditional medicine, which today enters into dialogue with modern research, particularly with epigenetics and individualized approaches. A simple yet meaningful example is the observation of feces. In the sanguine type, dominated by sanguis, hot and wet, feces tend to be soft, odorous, with putrefactive phenomena and flatulence. Its rebalancing move toward cold, dry. In the bilious type, dominated by cholera, or hot and dry, feces tend to be dry, hard, odorous, and yellowish brown in color. Its rebalancing move toward cold, wet. In the melancholic type, dominated by melancholera, cold and dry, feces tend to be dark, hard, but not odorous. In phlegmatic type, dominated by phlegma, feces tend to be soft, with the presence of mucus and a tendency to stagnation. These are simple observations, yet they allow us to grasp the relationship between the humors and to understand, through and complementary quality, the direction of rebalancing. The way of the complementary is the path to resilience, which is the foundation of health longevity. Restoring the balance of the constitution means introducing complementary stimuli to counter non-physiological dominance. This principle lies at the heart of the health promotion and rebalancing in European traditional medicine. European traditional medicine, by encouraging individuals to step outside their comfort zone, supports constitutional rebalancing and strengthens resilience, fostering an integral development of the person and healthy longevity, as demonstrated by studies of heart rate variability. For reason of time, I want to talk about the part of remedies and treatment of TAEM that my colleague Louis Hutter has already presented yesterday. Lumen International Foundation and Salus promote research projects to health promotion and TEM. Randomized control trial ongoing, randomized control trial on the effectiveness of naturopathy in migraine prophylaxis, principal investigator Dr. Eugenia Rota. Upcoming RCT on health promotion and TEM with blood donors with Avis Varese. Salus and Forum TEM promotes research project to enhance health promotion and TEM. Multicenter RCT on pain, health promotion and TEM promoted by Data Salus project. The third strategy shows how it is possible to align economic interest with the common good. But for reason of time, I won't talk about it today. As co-president of the TEM Forum, I am pleased to share with you that after the 3 events held in St. Gallen, Vienna, and Italy, the third will take place right here in Prague. Thanks to Thomas Pfeiffer and the entire ETCEM organization. what is the TEM Forum and what does it do. The TEM Forum, founded by Louis Sutter, Christina Thum, and Karl-Heinz Steinmetz, is an international platform and an annual event dedicated to traditional European medicine. It brings together researchers, clinicians, wellness professionals, institutions, associations, and citizens to share evidence and develop common policies. The TEM Forum advocates for the recognition of TEM by national and European parliaments, the WHO, and other relevant organizations. It promotes training and quality standard best practices and remedies, as well as integration into healthcare systems and health promotion strategy. As the creator of the Salus project, I'm pleased to share that thanks to the commitment of Federico and many other volunteers and supporters, Nora, che non so dov'è, eccola là, Nora, the first, Thomas, certainly. Since 2019, we have organized 11 institutional events and at the Italian and European parliaments, with the aim of placing once again at the center of the political agenda the great value of health promotion and TEM, in Italy, MTEM. More recently, in Italy, we meet with the Minister of Disabilities, Alessandra Locatelli, and the Minister for Sport, Andrea Abodi. Furthermore, for those who may not have had the opportunity to listen to Federico's remarks yesterday, I would like to inform you that we have submitted an amendment to free draft laws, introducing reference to health promotion and MTEM in several sections, some of which have already been included and or approved. Inspired by a phrase attributed to Mahatma Gandhi, I warmly thank you for your attention and take me leave holding in my heart the awareness that together we can be the change we wish to see in the world. Thank you. Grazie di cuore.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Simeoni, very much for contributing expertise. And now, before the time for lunch, Mr. Fife would like to announce an invitation. To je to pozvání na ten poster, na tu jeskyni a na tu nemocnici.
Dobře.
On to řekne.
And now allow me to invite you to a lunch and also poster session, which can be found on the ground floor. And on the second floor, you will have an opportunity to see a small part of Biotronic clinic where treatments are being given. So our guests are being accommodated there as well. So if they allowed us to take you to these rooms, naturally it all depends whether you could allow such a visit to your some of your personal rooms. Thank you.
So we'll now pause for our lunch break. Please be back at your seats at 1 p.m. I would also like to add that we are aware of not having enough time for your questions, so please, I encourage everyone to approach the speakers during the breaks or after the program. I would also like to ask Mr. Ralph Dizament, please stop by the entrance during the break for your microphone. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Tak, už je to v pořádku. Rád bych s potěšením oznámil všem přednášejícím, pokud se tak již nestalo, že v přízemí
I would like to highlight that it's possible to go to the ground floor where the members of the Presidium will be offered a gift. It is a book containing lots of information on mysterious Prague. So this is prepared for all presenters.
It is at the entrances of every hall. It's a nice book about Prague. Who didn't do it, please do it today. Don't forget. Yeah.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost. Bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a good break and enjoyed the poster session. And let's get started with the next part of our session presentations. From the pre-recorded presentation is joining us Dr. Ricardo Gelman from Brazil, pediatric oncologist and a leading voice in bridging conventional medicine with TCIM, advancing integrative health across the Americas. After this pre-recorded presentation, we will have the chance to ask Dr. Gelman some questions because he is also connected online. So, Professor Gelman, can you hear us now? No, it's pre-recorded. So let's go. Let's start. Sorry. Let's start.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank a lot Dr. Pfeiffer to invite me to join from Brazil. I'm Professor Ricardo Gelman, chair of the Brazilian Academic Consortium. I'm the founder of that consortium that connects researchers around the country. I'm a pediatrician, pediatric oncologist, family doctor, and with my background in anthroposophic doctor. And currently, I'm the professor of the Department of Medicine and Primary Health Care in the Federal University of São Paulo. And my training in the research was the field of neuroscience, in the field of anthroposophic medicine, and also I'm president of the Department of Integrative Pediatrics in São Paulo Society of Pediatrics. In the last 6 years, I became advisor of WHO in that field of TCIM, Traditional Complementary Integrative Medicine. It's a big pleasure to share our experience in that very important congress, our brother congress in Prague, because in some days we have our congress in Brazil. Then, in the spirit of cooperation, I show that picture that show a big group that are met since 2 years ago at WHO to establish the Global Center of Traditional Medicine. And I'm in the middle of that picture because this is the space that we need to go between. We are in the moment to unify our efforts. Starting with the concept of integrative pediatrics that was developed from the American Academy of Pediatrics. What's the difference with the integrative medicine in general? It's because we're talking about the infant, child, and adolescent, including the elements of lifestyle, including the family health. Then that's very important to embrace in the triad the infant, family, and the health professionals in all that process. And certainly it's evident informed and use our approach therapies that it's necessary. The new concept of integrative pediatric comes in 2019 when we developed as international symposium inviting the leadership from 10 countries. And then we include beyond the former concept also the different medical systems that need to be respected in the combination of the conventional practice, not only the body, mind, and the natural products, but think about the different medical systems. In this article from Eric Barnes from Netherlands, he shows the 6 main medical systems or whole medical systems, 3 in the East and 3 in the West, that follow the big agenda of inclusion from Chinese, Ayurvedic, Unani medicine, also to homeopathy, naturopathy, and anthroposophic medicine. And the mainstream is the 7-1, the allopathic conventional medicine, but we need to embrace all that fields. But don't forget that beyond the East and West, we have the indigenous knowledge, indigenous science, indigenous medicine as a tradition that usually are not visible but this is from Amazonia area in my country. Since 2006, in the last 19 years, was established a national policy including 29 modalities of integrative approach, and you can see didactically can be divided in whole medical systems, natural products, and non-pharmacological therapies that are spread basically in primary health care. In 83% of the cities, 9% it's basically primary care, and also in hospitals, but this is not so strong model. Then, since that São Paulo Agreement that was established the new concept of integrative pediatrics, we included all that countries that you can see here: Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Germany, Israel, Netherlands, Switzerland, and USA adopted that declaration. And what proposed that declaration? To care about the healthy development of the child. Then we'll talk more about the developed perspective, but this is very important to cover the whole spectrum of the whole life, since the prevention and until the end of life. But this phase of the life, it's very important. This study, for instance, from the North Carolina University shows that only 4 hours per week, if the children stay in the nature, can avoid or reduce the Ritalin from attention disorder, that it's very simple, but spending time in the nature can contribute to the whole healthy development. Also, in that document, we talk about good pediatric practices, include the preservation of the natural environment as health. This is so important in the big concept of planetary health for children. And then healthy lifestyle includes a perspective that usually it's not so developed nowadays, like the wording of woods derived from trees, looking to real tri-dimensional world outside the window, under sun, wind, rain, smells, sounds, taste, colors. This is the new way to think, to come back to the normal perspective, because nowadays what's the current situation is the development under treat, because there is a disconnection with the nature. The world of plastic derived from petroleum, the body is paralyzed, time organized in minutes, space confined in rectangles. That's the poor situation of the childhood nowadays. That study compared the two lifestyle in the nature and the disconnected with nature in urban lifestyle, showing the impact of that in the allergy. That includes 15,000 children from 5 countries in Europe, showing that just to live in the nature environment, natural environment, reduce 70% of the incidence of allergy. Then come that big concept about the body as a nature, as a body planet, and the concept of holobiont, and think about the whole genomic of the microbiota together with us. It's a whole hologenomic. To the landscape of this developing, it's very important to think about, from one side, about the happiness, the mental and spiritual health of the family, the sense of coherence, and for other side, we have more the environment, the nutrition, sleep, movement, well-being, vitality, the body health. Then between both levels, you can the whole develop as a constitutional development under the strong influence from the environment or from the family. In that multidimensional perspective and holistic landscape, you can think about this comes from the vision from anthroposophic medicine, the 4 levels of 4 dimensions. the existential, the emotional, the vitality and physical structure dimension, you can divide all different modalities of care in these 4 levels. It's just an overview from the concept of the multidimension. And when we look at the effect of meditation or yoga, you can see that the effect impact since the emotional level, the spiritual level, but also reduce inflammatory cytokines and reduce and increase the CD4 as increasing immunity, but also increase the telomerase activity, showing effect on the longevity. Then seems all the approach that we can use go beyond one specific effect, but in complexity of multi-dimensional of human being. These studies showing that Qigong from Chinese and acupuncture have effect on the autism, but also meditation reduce anxiety and attention disorder. And for that perspective, what means childhood and children? From the phylogenetic perspective, you can see that the brain develops since in the archicortex from the dinosaurs, from the saurians, reptiles, and birds that have that inner part of the brain, that it's a kind of point of iceberg, because the biggest area, it's in the gut area. This means the first brain that are related directly with the survival instinct activity. The second brain, the limbic, are related with the mammals, the paleocortex, that are direct related also with the feeling and emotional intelligence. And the third, that it's more modern, from the primates and hominids, the neocortex, create the cognitive intelligence. Then the 3 intelligence, the sensory-motor, the emotional, and cognitive are related with this. But what's so important to mention about that in the childhood? Because when we develop that 3 intelligence, basically in the first, second, and third childhood. I'm naming third childhood instead of adolescence, but the first childhood until 6, 7 years old, the second childhood until the puberty, 12, and the third childhood until 21. And all that 3 intelligence and the 3 brains are related also with the basis of the body that come from 3 layers, embryonic layers, the endoderm, mesoderm, and ectoderm. If you extrapolate the relation with the 3 embryonic layers with the development of the society and the culture, you can see the interest from humanities, health science, and exact science related directly with the exact science more with ectoderm and the brain-oriented person, health science to more heart-oriented person that like to care, to have affection, and the humanities with the gut, with interested to do, like social science, sport, law, literature. Since the beginning, after the birth, we develop neurologically in the first year from the movement of the fish, then the frogs in 3 months that keep the neck, and from the neck tonus we develop from the cranial development, we pass to the mammals, to the primates, and we achieve in 1 year. One year, the Homo erectus standing upright. This is just the first year. All that development depend of the stimulus from outside that consider one epigenetic effect, because nobody do that process without contact with adults, with people that are developing. It's not natural, but it come from one impulse inner, but depend of the epigenetic effect. Children that was not contact with adults because was for instance, lost in the forest, have contact only with animals, couldn't be upright, never. And until 2 years old, we have that explosion of synaptogenesis, increase the number of connections with the brain. Until 2 years, that means the period named the gold period of 1,100 days of the life. During that process, after the Homo erectus condition, we developed the liberation of the hands, and then the Homo sapiens. All the three evolutionary brains, then you develop these three big areas of will, feeling, and thinking. And you can see nowadays the concept of the gut brain axis are related together totally with that concept of 1, 2, and 3 brains. I'll go a little bit more quick, looking to the first childhood, the process of myelinization. It's very important until 6 years old. And if you look the whole picture until 21 years old, you can see the brain of reptiles, the mammals, and the primates related with the development of the head, trunks, and limbs from craniocaudal process, developed the three main intelligence. Looking at that exam of brain magnetic diffusion, you can see the connection with each area of the brain until 28 years old. Then until 28 years old, we are underdeveloped, even the bones. We developed the clavicular and scapular until 28 years old of ossification. If you look during the development, also the immune system, you can see the profile of Th1, more inflammatory with fever, until 7 years. After 14, adolescents start more Th2 in direction of the chronic inflammatory disorders, more cold, and you have a good balance between 7 to 14, Th1 and Th2 in balance. The main development in the childhood, the first childhood, it's the gut, then the heart, the emotional, and go to the brain. It became more brain as adults. Crossing that third childhood, that's the last childhood, our self, our spiritual side develop, and it's very challenging because we need to deliver or release our relation with our parents a little bit to become independent. In that process, it's very useful to understand the effect of psychoactive substance, because the effects are related to become more adults, like stimulant, or become more child in the present, and the disruption to become in the eternal adolescence. Then we're talking about stimulant as cocaine, depressant alcohol, and the disruptant like hallucinogens drugs. Just to share a little bit about our experience in Brazil, broadening the horizon of childhood health in the practice, we had that experience that I am honored to be the pioneer in the country. Since 2015, we established a cooperation of Charité University in Berlin to promote the integrative unit of pediatrics that represent one experience. All that field of integrative pediatrics, it's more developed in Europe, East Asia, and North America, but in Latin America, only we start in 2015, but it's growing. This is our hospital where we started to apply that concept. It's a public hospital, one of the biggest in the country, and specific in the area of integrative oncology, that you choose the strongest suffering of the children to develop that program. That is the area of the pediatric oncology. It's 6 floors, and it's very high level hospital concerning the effectiveness of chemotherapy, 85% of successful in leukemia, and it's completely free. It's a public hospital. And then through the partnership with our University of São Paulo and Charité, we started with a program of training the nurses in anthroposophic external therapies, bringing to the children in the suffering with, in that case of pneumonia, but also we spread through the classes the cultural presentation of integrative pediatrics, and then we start to apply the concept of body, mind, and spirit in the hospital. The body, we apply the therapeutic touch and the external therapies. The mental health, you apply music therapy and nature appreciation therapy, and to spiritual level, mindfulness and biographic counseling. In the fields of award, bone marrow transplantation, in the hospital where we have the biggest amount of suffering, as I mentioned. Then there's some images of assisted animal therapy also to the mental health, music, reduce pain, anxiety, nature appreciation therapy in the audio experience to promote more gentle connection with the nature. To the older children, adolescents with leukemia, mindfulness was applied, and then we published together with the German group the results beyond the standard of care. It was a very interesting experience, a qualitative study. Then to conclude and to respect the time of the conference, I'd like to invite you, at least online, but if you would like to come in person, Professor Pfeiffer, I welcome very much if you could really come to the Third World Congress of Traditional Complementary Integrative Medicine in partnership with ISCMA and ZIM, but also with WHO and Ministry of Health in Brazil. It will be the first time in Latin America, in Brazil, and on behalf of the 6 presidents, I invite you and you are welcome to connect with us in 2 weeks. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you.
Professor Gelman, can you hear us now, please? Are you connected?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
That's perfect. I hope you heard that applause.
Thank you.
A little bit. Okay, so we have some time, and I would like to ask you, we've just heard and seen your presentation. Tell me, would you like to add something to it, to your presentation?
I would like just to say, in the spirit of cooperation, that I understand that the main spirit of the Prague Congress, that we will start soon to establish the international network of integrative pediatrics. I think that field, it's one of the biggest fields in integrative medicine, following the Society of Integrative Oncology, that I'm part of this society. But if any colleague think about children and adolescents in the audience, we will be glad to connect. But not only physicians, but all the health professionals that care about that period of life. It's more invitation to connect.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor. Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer is here and would like to tell some nice words to you as well.
Dear Ricardo, my regards from Prague. Let me express them, and let me also express my delight at the invitation to come to Rio de Janeiro.
Many greetings from us from Prague. I would like to show my pleasure that I got the invitation, and I take the invitation with pleasure.
Těším se tedy na setkání v Riu.
I'm looking forward to the Congress which you are planning in Rio, which I believe will shift the public awareness of the fields of integrative medicine and also others.
In Rio, which shifts our meaning to the TCIM.
Yes. Ještě jednou z celého srdce děkuji.
So once again, let me express my gratitude and give my regards to the distant Rio.
From here to Rio.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Can I respond to Dr. Pfeiffer? Can I say something?
Of course, you are still online.
Okay. Then I'd like to thank a lot the partnership with Dr. Pfeiffer representing the how that group in Europe. I believe that is the moment that we need to embrace our regions worldwide. In Brazil, you establish a big network, and we hope to be together in person next year. And also, I'm became part of the more connected with the ESIM, European Society of Integrative Medicine, and I believe that we can think about true cooperation in practical projects, including all the regions, Africa, Latin America, Asia. I think this is the moment to recognize, and also I'd like to mention that in Rio, you'll be pre-launched the Global Library of Traditional Medicine from WHO that already have 1.7 million of publication in integrative medicine, and officially will be launched in the second Global Summit in India. But I think this could be a very good space for us to connect and promote our field based on evidence, because this is a very important aspect. And I'd like to thank you a lot, and I hope I was not with you because I'm preparing my conference, but my heart is with you and my spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you also, Professor. And maybe now we have a chance to ask some questions from the audience, if there are any. Okay. It's not the case, so Professor Gelman, we do thank you for your joining us online and for answering and for your presentation. Thank you very much again. And taking the stage now is Ralph de Simon, a German Heilpraktiker and a long-standing advocate for classical homeopathy in Europe and beyond. He chairs Germany's Association of Classical Homeopaths, serves on the Executive Committee of the European Central Council of Homeopaths, and represents the field in networks such as ANME and Eurochem. Mr. de Simon, the stage is yours now.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Okay, before I start, I'd like to thank Thomas for his kind invitation and taking the risk to have me as a speaker here. And I want to tell you a little bit about the European Central Council for Homeopaths, which, as you can read, was established in 1990. And I like to take the picture Professor Madan gave yesterday, that the environment has an impact on a living organism. And an association as ECCH is also a living organism, you can say, with different cells. And we have a lot of changes during the last 35 years, so we have to adapt with these changes. And for me, one aspect of health is to adapt with a different environment without getting sick. So if you stay healthy in a changing environment, you must have a strong health. And that's what I think the European Council of Homeopaths has done during the last years. So, so you can see on the picture where our members association are located at the moment. We have 16 members association all over Europe. And it was a change during the last 35 years because 1990 or the middle from 1980s until 2007, 2008, I would call the golden years of homeopathy. A lot of new practitioners coming. Homeopathy was requested in the health system, and homeopaths had a good running practice. And after 2005, where the Lancet article was published, we're facing challenges and the skeptics get more and more aggressive. So we have to adapt with this problem. And one thing is that we lost a few member associations during the last years, but still we have 16 members association. And I think this is a lot in Europe to have 16 members association. And it's from Norwegian to Greece and from Portugal to Czech Republic, so it's all over Europe. ECCH has an executive committee of 3 elected officers. Our chair at the moment is Michael Smith, an independent homeopath practicing in Ireland and located in Ireland. And I'm in ECCH since 2012, and Michael was already there. And I can't imagine ECCH without Michael, because he was the treasurer. And in the time when Stephen Gordon was the general secretary, maybe some of you remember Stephen Gordon. I know that Madan remembers him, and Nora also. And Michael was the general secretary of ECCH after Stephen's death. And then we have the vice chair, Sophia Dimitri, and Sophia is an independent homeopath in UK, and she's practicing for a long, long time. And she was also the representative of the Society of Homeopaths from 1998 on. At the moment, the Society of Homeopaths is not a member association from ECCH. And as you can see, our chair and our vice chair are independent homeopaths, so that there are no conflict of interest with the National Association, for example. And I think this is good that you have independent people who have just one head for the association they are working for. So our General Secretary, Vali, I don't try to pronounce her last name, is from Greece, and she's doing a lot of work in our office. And Vali is also the representative from the Greece Association of Classical Homeopaths. And then myself, at the moment, I'm the treasurer of ECCH and representing VKHD, a German Heilpraktiker Association for homeopaths. And last but not least, Miranda Urci from the Netherlands is trained in animal homeopathy, and Miranda is specialized in communications, and I can confirm this. Miranda is everywhere. And Miranda is also the co-president of the European Federation of Homeopathic Patients Associations, and maybe you have heard her speech before mine. And she's also a member of the Eurocamp's executive committee. So, ECCH, we have an internal communication. It's with our newsletters, and the newsletter is sent on a regular basis. At the moment, we try to have a newsletter every second or every third month. And what we do since, I think, 3 or 4 years, we organize ECCH cafes where our members can join the board and our communication officer as well. and they can bring topics to this ECCH cafes, or we as a board suggested topics, and we can discuss these topics with our member associations. And we, as the executive committee, we have our day-to-day work, especially via emails. We have regular Zoom meetings, and we produce quarterly advocacy reports to the council. And I already mentioned in the regular newsletter, which is a new thing. I think it's for the last 1.5 years that we produce our newsletter. So the board is also part at our advocacy team. So it's the chair, it's the vice chair, and our policy officers. And this advocacy team has also regular Zoom meetings and email contact with other associations. They attend agreed meetings. We couldn't attend all meetings because there's so much meetings in Europe that you can't attend them all. And they attend meetings online. Since Corona, the most meetings are online, or they attend meetings via hybrid. So they travel to Brussels most of the time to meet politicians or to take part in Eurocam meetings. Collaboration has become more and more important for us. As I mentioned before, at the golden ages of homeopathy, homeopaths can stand alone because we have so many resources and money and people who can work. But during the years, these resources are going down and down, and now we are working together. I think this development is one point why we're working together more now, but I think it's also good to look at what the other is doing, not to do work twice or to do work unnecessary or to work against each other. Because when I go to a politician and tell him this is a good idea, and the next day another colleague is coming to the politician and saying, no, that is a good idea, this is not good for our community. So ECCH is also a member of the Association of Natural Medicine Europe. Nora Laubstein is there and gave her presentation yesterday. And we are a member of Eurocam, and this is a council representing CAM practitioners, doctors, and patient groups. Maybe why we are a member of Eurocam, or the most important point for us to be a member of Eurocam is that we represent the practitioners, because practitioners are in most European countries not part of the official health system, and so we are forgotten. So easy, we are forgotten. They make new laws, they make new regulations, and after they are finished, they say, oh, there are also the practitioners. What to do with them? How do we treat them? And that's why this especially is important for us to say we are the practitioners, we are also there, we are practicing homeopathy, or osteopathy, or any other kind of chem therapy, and we have some special needs from the politic, from the pharmaceutical industries, and our needs has also been heard because patients has in Germany the free choice of the practitioner they want to see, and also the free choice of which method they want to be treated. This is important. One word to the situation in Germany. Yes, the patients have a free choice, but they have to pay us by their own. A Heilpraktiker, and this is the important point in Germany, because my legal basis is the Heilpraktiker. A Heilpraktiker is not paid by the official health system. You have to pay them by themselves. So you have the free choice, yes, but you have to pay us. This is another point. ECCH is also a member of the European Public Health Alliance, a corresponding member of the European Coalition of Homeopathic and Anthroposophic Medical Products, and also EFPA, European Federation of Homeopathic Patients Association. We are all in contact with this group, and we and the anthroposophic doctor, so the anthroposophic practitioners, we use the same remedies. In brackets, when there's a change in the legislation of the remedies, we are affected as homeopaths, but they are also affected in the same way. I want to highlight our relationship with the European Federation of Homeopathic Patients Association, because the patients are the most important people for us. But without patients, we as a practitioner or a doctor are not needed. And that's why we are working closer together with the patients associations during the last 2-4 years. In Germany, we did it for a longer time, and we asked the patients, what do you need? What do you want? We as a practitioner or we as a homeopath, we know what we want, but what is the need of the patients? How they want to be treated? What did they expect from us as a homeopathic practitioner, for example? Because we are a member of EuroChem, we are also connected to the Traditional Complementary and Integrative Health Council, the TCAH. It is now formalized as a council and registered in Switzerland. And this was a very interesting story, because maybe you all know the TCAH declaration. And when I get this TCAH declaration first, I say the translation in German is horrible. You can't leave it, because this TCAH declaration has also a part where the education of the practitioner is mentioned. And if this TCAH, the first version of the TCAH declaration would come into act, it would be not good for us as a practitioner, because the regulation would be very strict, and it also includes some things we cannot fulfill because of our status as a practitioner. So I take the chance and make a new translation in German, and now we are fine with this. So, what is our strategy? What is our communication strategy? It's to mainstream homeopathy in healthcare. It's not an easy task, and also to promote homeopathy's role in the antimicrobial resistance. I think these 2 points are worked on from different organizations and on different platforms, but it's for 5 to 10 years now that we're working on it, and it's really difficult to make people understand. Not to treat the disease is also a topic we heard a few times in the last 1.5 days, but to improve the health of the patient, because a healthy organism doesn't get sick so easy. That's why homeopathy, in my case, I think it's very appropriate to treat people and to reduce the use of antibiotics, especially also with animals. Homeopathy is also used in the agri, in the Tierhaltung, by the farmers, and they know if they treat their animals with homeopathy, then they need less antibiotics. Chem to be prioritized in EU research budget. There's also, we try to get money, because when we publish a study, they always say it's not good, it has to be better, it has to be this, it has to be that. But when you ask them, okay, give us money that we can make better, in your mind, better studies, you can't get money from the officials. And the last point, what we always say, homeopathy is cost-effective and patient-focused. And this is a very important point, and I also think we have heard it in some speeches. We are focused on the patients, and homeopathy, because you don't need medicine every day. You see your practitioner or your homeopathic doctor only a few times, let's say every 6 or 7 weeks. So it's very cost effective. The most research which shows that homeopathy is expensive is because homeopathy is always an add-on therapy to the conventional therapy. And this, of course, when I add something, this makes it more expensive. So our focus for 2025 and 26 is the revision of the European Pharmaceutical Directive, because the topic there is that they want to remove the word medicinal. So at the moment, homeopathic medicinal products are medicines, and in Germany you only can get them in the pharmacy. But if they would remove the word medicinal, you can buy homeopathic remedies everywhere, because they are only a food supplement, for example. So and it is very important for us that this word medicinal is still there, because of the quality of a medicinal product must be much higher than of a food supplement. Genau. Yeah, we are lobbying with MEPs most of the time through EuroChem. We're sharing information across homeopathy across the stakeholder group. And as I mentioned before, we are a member of the European Pharmaceutical Working Group. So that we also make them understand what is necessary and what is important to produce a homeopathic medicinal product. And the important things for a homeopathic medicinal product are not the same things than for conventional medicines. The challenges we have, the strategic decisions to work in partnership with other chemotherapies are the antimicrobial resistant, where more research is needed regarding homeopathy. So how does a person react if the homeopath they treated? We have only a few research papers. We have a working relationship with the Homeopathic Research Institute in London, which is very important for us, but because they offers us the latest research, and they can advise us how to use this research. We are working together with EuroChem, and especially in the field that the needs of us as a practitioner are heard and also bring to the politicians. And we are working in the European Public Health Alliance to raise the profile of the chemotherapies, not only homeopathy, but the chemotherapies at all. So this is important because they are still neglected most of the time when there is a threat to homeopathy to the public in the European Union. So we collaborate and communicate with EuroChem. We have meetings 4 times a year, and as I mentioned before, ensuring that homeopathic practitioners represented in policy documents, project advocacy with politicians. And we're trying to put in homeopathy on the chem agenda. We are meeting with political parties, do this in Germany for VKHD, for example, and policy is also the main area. And there are always the same topics like AMR, for example, that we try to bring homeopathy more in the awareness of the political groups. And we have a very close relation to the Association of Natural Medicine. We have Zoom meetings, and we participate at the General Assembly, and we get written updates and newsletters from the ENMA. the European stakeholder group is the ECCH as the representative of homeopathic practitioners. The ECH, they represent the homeopathic doctors in Europe, and the IVAA, this is the International Anthroposophical Group. And the thing which are connected are the medicine, because if there's a threat to homeopathic medicines, there's also a threat to anthroposophical medicines. And these three, ECCH, ECH, and IVAA, are in close contact with ECHAMP, because ECHAMP is the association where the manufacturers and the pharmacies in Europe are together. And of course, it is of their interest that they can produce homeopathic medicinal products and that we can use them. So there's a very close connection with the pharmaceutical industry. Another important point is that we produce guidelines for the education of homeopathic practitioners. And I would take the example of the education of the ECCH has developed an education guideline. It's only a guideline, so the schools in the different countries that doesn't have to use it, but they can use it. And I think we developed this guideline more and more during the last 5 to 7 years. And I just take the education. No, this is the right one. Yeah, and these guidelines, at the moment we are looking especially at the medical science hours, because not in every country you have to have knowledge about medical topics. In Germany you have to, because you have to be a Heilpraktiker, and we said that we like that our members associations teach at their schools at least 300 hours of medical science before or beside the homeopathic education, and that the teachers are also trained for key lectures. And medical science is, of course, one of the key lectures, and they should evaluate the progress and identify the next steps. If there is a threat for practitioners practicing homeopathy in countries, ECCH writes letters to support, and so that there is another thing that they can use to talk with politicians. And these are the countries we have supported with these letters so far. Okay, this I've already said, and I've only 30 seconds. Yeah. Okay, this I just skipped them. Yeah. So our 3 aims for this year is communicate, collaborate, and be part of something bigger or big. Thank you for your attention.
So, Mr. de Simon, maybe we have time for a short question from the audience, maybe. So here's your microphone.
Antoni Przeszla from Poland. Thank you very much for a great lecture. I would like to ask you, how is the relationship between allopathic doctors and homeopaths in Germany? Can they switch off one to go to the other and then go to homeopaths and come back to medical doctors?
Okay, so the doctors are by law not allowed to work together with Heilpraktikers, but This is the law. But a few the doctors during the last year, this is my personal experience, say, so I can't do something more for you, but I know a homeopath. Please go to the homeopath and try homeopathy. But officially, we are not allowed to work together from the doctor's side.
But can doctors, when they're qualified homeopaths, they can practice medicine plus homeopathy?
Yeah, of course.
Please, you are.
Yeah, actually, you skipped one slide.
Yeah.
That is NHMRC report on homeopathy in Australia.
Australia, yeah.
Can you tell a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so the so-called Australian report. So the so-called Australian report was done at the first time, and the result was not positive for homeopathy, but also not bad for homeopathy. There are some promising sentences in this report. Before this report was published, it was withdrawn, and another report was officially published, which say homeopathy does nothing, it's worse, forget it. So, and the AHRI Institute knew this, and they say we have to reproach against this report because it's not right. The first report, which was not published, was withdrawn, and the second report, which says homeopathy is nothing, was published. And then the ombudsman, it was a very, very long and difficult process in Australia. The ombudsman was asked to check this report. I think it was for 3 or 4 years that they have to check the report. And now, 3 or 4 months ago, a new Australian report was published, and they are still not sure how the words used in this report can be understood for homeopathy. So they're still working on this, but officially we are a little bit quiet because just tell something when you really know it, and that's why we are waiting. But we are still working with this new Australian report, the AHRI Institute in London. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm an Ayurvedic doctor, but my mother was a homeopath. So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Classical, pure homeopathic remedies versus the concoctions that we are seeing, mixtures. Now, like multiple homeopathic medicines in one. Like what I have seen my mother giving is pure classical homeopathic remedies like Nakswamika, Dalkamara, Palsatila. But now you have all combinations. So what do you think about that? Is it the same as classical? Because I feel some of the challenges in homeopathy could also be all these experimentations which are not classical homeopathy.
So on the one hand, you have these classical homeopathic remedies which are made from one source. On the other hand, you have the so-called complex homeopathic remedy which are made from the different sources. It's very easy because for this complex homeopathy, we have no provings. We have no idea how they are really working. They say 3 plants, for example, are good if you have some problems with your digestion. Nakswamika, Pulsatilla, and Azene, for example. So put them together and one thing will help. But this is not the way I'm working because I try to understand the patient as a whole. I'm a homeopath. I try to understand the patient as a whole, and I choose the individual remedy for this patient. And when the remedy works, I know what I've done, and also when the remedy doesn't work, I know what I've done wrong. So I can say, oh, Azene, for example, was not the appropriate remedy, so I have to think again, and maybe I haven't understood this human being correctly. So I have to think about it again.
Thank you very much, Mr. de Simon, for your answers and for the whole presentation.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Sometimes the best medicine is simply a closer relationship with nature. Rupert Koopman is a Cape Town botanist dedicated to bringing fynbos, the region's unique flora, back into people's daily lives. He has led conservation efforts with the Botanical Society of South Africa and Cape Nature, and today shares his passion through citizen science and as a tour guide weaving history, science, and culture into his storytelling. Mr. Koopman, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Before I begin, I just want to extend my thanks to Thomas Pfeiffer and the team for the invitation and the support. Thank you very much. It's been a very good meeting. Okay, question number 1. Who has been to a botanical garden in the last year? Put your hand up. Good. Okay, remember that for later. I'd like to talk about my country, South Africa, and I begin every presentation I do with a couple of maps to create context. We've one of the 17 mega-diverse countries on the planet, and you can see also from this map that there's significant overlap with some of our other colleagues that we've been hearing from for the whole conference here in terms of India, China, etc. So there is this linkage between traditional medicine and places of higher biodiversity. So in this highlighted map of the globe, 10% of the globe's surface area has 70% of the Earth species. Then another slice that we use to interpret and add value to how we understand where things are is this map of the global biodiversity hotspots. So quickly, for those of you who are unaware of the criteria, a global biodiversity hotspot is somewhere where there's a high degree of endemism, where you have at least 5,000 species of plants which are endemic to that area, and also a high amount of threat. So that means that there's been transformation of natural habitat. So South Africa is one of, I think it's the only country which has got 3 different global biodiversity hotspots. So we just are this place of a lot of interesting things happening in a quite small piece of land. And this, just to continue layering on that, is from our last national biodiversity assessment, which just shows where all these hotspots are. And I'm going to be talking about the Cape Floristic region, which is the, sorry, where does the clicker work? Anyway, the green bit in the middle, which is the only biodiversity hotspot which is found in one country entirely. So of all the other 35 hotspots on the planet, they're in various countries, but the one where I live and work is the only one which is found within one country. So it's super specialized, and we'll see what that means. Then we're very proud of our constitution in South Africa. And specifically for me, I zoom into section 24 in the Bill of Rights, which talks about our environmental rights as South African citizens. So we have this right to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations, prevent pollution, promote conservation, all those other good things that we were talking about. So I think just in terms of some of the talks that I've heard, if you think about this morning's talk about the childhood development and so forth, just to bring some more granularity to, it's good for us to be in nature, but what does that nature mean, and how can we help and protect that nature? So in South Africa, but I think this is also pretty global, our major threats is habitat loss. That means clearing of land for development, habitat degradation, where land is not managed in the best possible way for it to continue, and then also invasive alien species. So that's species that have been moved from elsewhere that outcompete your local species. And then interestingly, and way down the list, in number 4, is harvesting. So that indicates plants that are wild harvested, whether it is for medicine, for food, or for cultural or spiritual reasons. But also, like Czechoslovakia, we heard last night on the boat, we're a country with an interesting political background and history. And what that means is also that the access to natural resources is driven by our history. So this map indicates the map of South Africa, which was from the Native Land Act, which was enforced in 1913, and that then subdivided the country into where racial groups could be. So if you're my kind of flavor, we're from an ethnic group called Colored. We've got Black African people. You might know Nelson Mandela. Then Indian or Asian people, and white people. Those are the kind of 4 big groups, ethnic groups. But what this map shows you is the blobs are where black people were allowed to have land, and the rest of the country was exclusively for white people in terms of tenure. But what you'll notice is that down where I'm from, Cape Town, which is bottom right, down there, there's no land allocated for people who don't look like Caucasians. And so even though we've had political change, and since 1994, democracy and so forth, that pattern of land ownership and access is still one which needs a lot of work to correct so that there is equity of access. And I like smashing different maps together because they tell a story. And so if you think about the previous map and this one, this is now how the biodiversity in South Africa is fit together. Again, we've got many, many different biomes, 11, 10. And down there in the red, that's where I operate, in the fynbos and mostly in the purple area. But you can see the country has got a whole lot of different things going on. And what that means from a medicinal plant and useful plant point of view is each biome has got its own unique climate, its unique assemblage of plants, which means that the traditional use of plants in that biome would be different to all the other ones, because you're working with a different palette. And then, if we flip between those 2 slides, you can see there's like a little bit of correlation in terms of how the major ethnic groups are scattered around the country. And so for purposes of this presentation, I'm just sticking to the top 4 that I mentioned. So generally speaking, the colored people who look like me are well represented in the Western Cape. And you can see the white South Africans are in the urban centers. So if you've been to South Africa, Johannesburg is over there, Cape Town. We've got Asian dotted mostly on the East Coast as well, and then Black South Africans. What you also need to know is just from an aridity point of view, this over here is basically like a semi-desert. So the concentration of people tends to be along the coast. Okay, let's talk about medicine. So sorry, this isn't a very legible slide, but I'll read through it. So from an ethno-medicine point of view, most South Africans, so about 70% of our population, rely on traditional healthcare, African traditional medicine, for some or all of their healthcare needs. And that basically counts for 1/3 of all healthcare that is delivered in South Africa. So what you need to know about this is that this is mostly informal. So your African traditional medicine practitioners are not recognized like Western healthcare practitioners. Excuse me. So you can't go and use your medical aid to get African traditional medicine. You can use it when you go to the hospital or to the doctor for healthcare. And at the time of the slide, which is from a couple of years ago, there's more than 200,000 traditional health practitioners in the country. And then to feed that, the practitioners, they are just under 100,000 harvesters and traders. And most of that harvesting is still happening from the wild. So it's important for livelihoods and for our rural economy. And the African traditional medicine sector is worth 18 billion rand annually, which is probably about 20 million Czech crowns. 20 billion, excuse me. because it's just it's 1 to 0.8 approximately, the conversion. But then there's this interesting thing about the African traditional medicine, is that, remember, we come out of apartheid, post-1994, but it still is this massively informal trade, and there's not a good understanding of how it works. What we do know is that the plants in the wild that are being harvested are reducing all the time, just because we have developed most of the most productive areas, and so we need to start thinking about how we can do it from alternative sources. So I was fortunate to be part of a workshop in Mpumalanga, so that's up close to the Kruger National Park, and it was a series of workshops also. But what I learned in that process is that culture is dynamic. When I started in conservation in 2003, the understanding was that traditional medicine practitioners only want to harvest from the wild. They're not interested in cultivated material. By the time of these workshops in 2021, that had changed quite a bit. So under the correct circumstances, if there are no alternative resources and all the resources are scarce, the healers will use cultivated plants and also grow their own plants as well. But like we've spoken today and for the last couple of days in this meeting, traditions are stubborn. And by tradition, I mean conservation in this phase. So I still speak to conservation practitioners that are like, oh, the healers only want to use the wild harvested stuff. But they're not tuned into processes like this that we've been part of. So essentially what's happened here is there was a biodiversity management plan drawn up for the 6 most threatened medicinal plant species in Mpumalanga. And after those 6 were identified, there was a set of consultative meetings. So here you can see this is a meeting in the Lowveld Botanical Garden with traditional healers from the Eshlangeni district and discussing how they feel about the plants and about access and so forth. And based on this report and set of meetings, essentially, then people put together a plan where the botanical garden would grow some of the plants, and an array of conservation partners in the landscape would distribute them to the healers where they are. So we've actually shifted the culture a bit there. I've only been a small part of it, but it really is a very useful understanding of how things can shift. And key to it is this lady over here in the headdress in front, Nolwazi Mbongwa, and she's both a botanist and a traditional healer. So that's the important thing also of ensuring that we have more representativity when we go and work in places. You know, like the old ethnobotanical studies from the 1800s that I read is, it's a German or English person going to South Africa on a collecting trip, and they're talking to indigenous people through a translator and trying to find out what the uses are for plants and so forth. Obviously, the information is lost, and context is lost, because context is super important. And so finally now, we're getting to the point where we do have representation in science in South Africa, where we have got ethnobotanists and scientists who are of those local traditions and can go and talk to people in their own language and understand the culture and then record that information. And that gives us a better outcome. And so one of the interesting things that's been happening is my co-author here is Dr. Jimmy Simmons from a company called Happy by Nature, based in Cape Town. Jimmy's a vet by training and works with, he trained in the UK and has been back in South Africa for almost a decade now. And when he works with plants for his veterinary medicine, and when he started working locally in South Africa, he couldn't find plants. So if you don't find the plants freely available, then you start a nursery. And that's what he's done. And there was a little nursery in Cape Town and now a bigger nursery at the Kirstenbosch National Botanical Garden. And what's interesting about Jimmy and the team is that they started these indigenous herbal medicine courses. Oops, sorry. And so the herbal medicine courses are essentially to do the following things. So they're professionally accredited, and the idea is to bring people of all medicinal backgrounds, from Western doctors to traditional healers and allied health practitioners and nurses, midwives, pharmacists, into the same room to have discussions about some of our medicinal plants. So our most obvious ones, and so the idea is then that there's a set of lectures and interactions which integrates traditional medicine with modern science, learning from traditional and biomedical healthcare professionals, and theoretical and hands-on practical sessions, as well as networking and collaboration. Because, like in this room, we come from very different backgrounds. And so every opportunity that we can collect around common cause is a good one. So that's kind of what it looks like. So I've been part of the course too, so lecturing, talking about the conservation background of the plants and where they're from. On the left, you've got someone from the Rasta or Khoi tradition, which is very Cape Town-based. Then you also have Inyangas as well. And so we all come together. We've got the medicinal plants on the table. We can taste them, smell them, and talk about and exchange information in that space. Okay, so that's intervention one. And it's, when I've been hearing about Ayush and everything else, it would be great if we could talk a bit more about how we could get some more support in terms of talking to the various government agencies and so forth. Because at this moment in time, this is very much like low-level work. Jimmy is working with the University of Cape Town, but there is a University of Stellenbosch representative in the room, and we'd like to broaden that out because there's a model which could start shifting things. Okay, so I'm shifting now to much closer to home. This is a project that I've been involved in Cape Town's northern suburbs, and I'd just like to credit my co-author there, Louise Ferreira, and this is where we're trying to bring indigenous plants back into an urban setting. So, and using quite strong principles, which we'll get into. But this gives you an idea of what the neighborhood looks like. So there we work with the Welgemoot City Improvement District, which is a non-profit company, which then is allowed to get some portion of rates to do projects in the neighborhood. And so within that blue area, there are some open spaces. So where the yellow flowers are, those are open spaces which generally tend to be semi-natural, so not completely natural. To your left over there, there is a nature reserve. But what we're trying to do is bring elements of the nature reserve into the suburbs using the following principles. So the vegetation type there, I spoke about fynbos earlier, is Renosterveld, and that is a critically endangered vegetation type. It's the vegetation type in South Africa with the most threatened species because it's got fertile soil, and that's where a lot of the initial agriculture happened with the Dutch occupation of South Africa. And the plants that we're trying to use are not commercially available. So what would happen is I would go out with a team of trained horticulturists and processors, and we've got a long list of plants that we're trying to grow, and then I point them out, and we either take cuttings or seeds or dig a couple out, with permits, of course, and grow them. And so we try to be quite hardcore in terms of where they come from. So within a 15-kilometer radius from exactly the same vegetation type, so it's the same genetics that we're working with. And so some of those plants are of food and of medicinal value, and ultimately, we want to get to a point where we're producing sufficient cuttings and so forth that we can start giving it to people who live in that neighborhood so that they can plant it at home, and we can give them some idea of, you can use this for culinary purposes, or you can use them for medicinal purposes. What's key there is volunteers. So it's quite a well-off neighborhood, so people do have spare time and energy. In South Africa, of course, we're working on a socio-economic gradient, so this model is not easily transferable to a lower income neighborhood, but at least we're starting to get things going, and maybe this is where cross-subsidization can start happening in the future. And essentially, we just want people to see indigenous plants, because people don't know what our indigenous plants look like. And so this is one of the parks that we operate in, and it gives an example of the range of things that we do. So on the left-hand side, you can see there was basically a lawn, and then a year later, we were planting in that area, and then 2 years later, that's what it's starting to look like. And what's key is, and some of my Indian cricket-loving people here were asking me about the droughts in Cape Town, and that's another aspect that's important when you're working with locally indigenous plants, is if you collect them and plant them in the right time in the rainy season, then you don't need to irrigate. So our plants here are performing better than conventional landscaping that's been done because of careful plant selection. Then a slightly different parameter is where we try and build a park using, again, the same plants. But this is very much more of a landscaping and design intervention because people aren't used to seeing these plants that we're collecting from the wild within a landscaped way. So the first corner that I showed you was a lot more organic, that was planted, and we were seeing what was happening, and here there was a lot more of a design intent to it, because it's an iconic plant, or not plant, iconic park, which has got a structure, a climbing structure of an airplane. And so last year, a year ago exactly, planting was happening, so you can see where the straw is down. And this is a year later. So with very little, so there is some additional irrigation, but there's been quite a little, maybe 10 times in a year that irrigation was required. It's well loved. I've been going to that park with my daughter for 9 years, and it's never been as busy as it's been now. So on weekends, people are having birthday parties there with the kids. There's always a bunch of people there, so it's a really nice place to go. It's a showcase for plants that people aren't aware of anymore. And we're starting to see like interesting insects coming back into the neighborhood. Okay, so in conclusion, we know about the health benefits of nature, the mental, cultural, and spiritual benefits that many of my co-speakers have highlighted for the last couple of days. So the question is, do we know, as practitioners, what do your medicinal plants look like? Not when they're in a bottle or dried up. What do they look like as a plant entity? Do they come from habitat which is endangered? I think that's an important question to ask, is like, are they safe? Is there potential for more? Because if we lose habitat, we lose options. And if we want to expand this work that we're talking about, it's super important to hold on to those options and have as many options as possible for all the work we need to do in future. Then can you direct resources or political assistance to protecting nature or primary research? That's super important. I work in conservation. Conservation, everyone sees as something which is not important. And at least health is seen as something which is more important and has got more direct access to the levers of power. How can we work together to ensure that we can keep our options open? And I'm going to challenge you, based on my first question, to go visit botanical gardens and partner with them so that we can support the work of botanical gardens, which essentially will be supporting our work. Thank you very much.
Mr. Koopman, thank you so much for your presentation full of inspiration. It was wonderful. We will now take another break, last coffee break, last chance to grab a cup of coffee. Let's meet back here at 2:40, please. Mr. Upton and Dr. Yogita Loya, please stop by the entrance to be fitted with your microphones, please. Thank you.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost. Bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Welcome, everybody, after the last break. We've heard about protecting nature, and now let's explore how it can protect us with one of the foremost voices in herbal medicine, Roy Upton. He's president of the American Herbal Pharmacopoeia, a co-founder of the American Herbalist Guild, and a leading expert in herbal quality control. He also serves on the expert committees that shape the field of botanical medicine. Please, Mr. Upton, it's yours now.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Thomas for the invitation, kind invitation to be here. Really enjoyed it. So I'll give you a quick rundown on the American Herbal Pharmacopoeia first. We were founded in 1995, and it came out of political activity where FDA was threatening to remove herbs from the market in the United States. I don't know if many of you may not know, in the United States, there's no category for herbal medicines. You either have foods or drugs, and now we have dietary supplements. But at that time, in the early 1990s, they were talking about removing the majority of supplements, especially herbal supplements, from the market. And everybody on both sides of the fence, people that were supporting herbal medicine and people who were against herbal medicine, were always asking the same questions. How do you know what you know about the herbs? Quality, drug interaction, safety, contraindications, use in pregnancy, things like that. And I realized there wasn't a single repository for us. There were very few botanical monographs in the United States Pharmacopoeia at the time, and so I found the American Herbal Pharmacopoeia to compile that information. Each of our monographs, we take the herb all the way from where it's grown, how it should be picked, when it should be picked, how it should be dried, processed. And then we do complete morphological and microscopic examination of each of the botanicals as part of our identity testing, and then a full chemical profile, and then full therapeutic and safety reviews. So, and then once we have the information compiled, we send it all over the world to medicinal plant experts, botanists, chemists, physicians, pharmacists, pharmacologists, toxicologists, so that when it's finished, it's one of the most comprehensive documents on that particular herb in the English language. So that's AHP in a nutshell. Then in August of 2023, I was able to participate in WHO's first global summit on traditional medicine in Gujarat, India. A lot of people have made reference to that. I've known about WHO's work in traditional medicine forever, but I never was part of the process. And so when I went to the summit, I had all these ideas of what I thought they should be doing with regards to herbal medicine. And from the opening session, it was very clear they were already doing it, just doing it in the rest of the world, because there's very little representation from the United States. Most of us that were there from all of us who were there from the United States were all private, whereas the other countries, you had the Minister of Health or the Deputy Minister of Health, government officials representing their country, their respective countries, and there was very little representation from there was no representation from the United States from an official perspective. And that both, when I came back from the Global Summit, I was both ecstatic seeing the work that was being done in the rest of the world, but also very sad and very angry of how far behind the United States is. So we founded the Global Alliance for Integrative Health and Medicine to help create a unified voice. Because one of the primary messages from the Global Summit, it was stated that we live in silos. We're all doing our work separately, and there's no unified voice. What they were talking about was the separation of Western medicine and traditional medicine. But it's the same in traditional medicine, is that we don't speak with one voice. The homeopaths do this, the naturopaths, the functional medicine people, the different buckets. We have to bring all those buckets together, and that's what we're going to try to do with this global alliance. And right now, it's a consortium of about 110 individuals and organizations representing about 35 countries. And I'm hoping after this, we'll have 45 countries after this Congress. These are some of the organizations, which include universities, professional herbal medicine practitioner groups, naturopaths, acupuncturists, Chinese and Ayurvedic medicine, and interestingly, mostly throughout the European Union, where much of this work is being done. So why do we actually need herbal medicine? And I just point out astragalus as a case history. In the late 1980s, early 1990s, or maybe it was 1990s, early 2000s, MD Anderson, pharmaceutical company, went to MD Anderson. Dr. Narayanan was here from MD Anderson. Pharmaceutical company went to them to investigate the use of astragalus for its anti-cancer activity. One of the primary investigators was a gentleman named Mavliget. Dr. Mavliget had been at MD Anderson for like 17 years. Long story short, they tested both the crude herb and a purified extract, cycloartane alkaloid, I think it was, and a polysaccharide along with like a tea. And the tea worked just as well as the isolate did. And so the pharmaceutical company said, I can't do anything novel with this. The tea is going to work. So they discontinued the research. Mavliget said that in 17 years that he had been at MD Anderson, he had never seen anything that worked as well as astragalus for as many different aspects of cancer care and anything that he's ever seen before. And he was livid, mad that they pulled that research. Same thing with an herb like hawthorn. When we did our Crataegus monograph, I found this gentleman who's a cardiovascular physiologist in New York. And I asked him to do the therapeutic review of pharmacology of Crataegus. And he said, Roy, I don't know anything about herbal medicine. I said, you don't have to know anything about herbal medicine. You only need to know about the cardiovascular system and how to review literature. When he was done with that literature review, he said that I can't believe that we didn't learn about this in medical school in all my years of cardiology, because again, we don't have anything in Western drugs for cardiology care that even comes close to what hawthorn does for the general health of the cardiovascular system. So I just make these two examples. We all know the value of herbal medicine, but they don't. And if we could get that information out more effectively, I think we'd have better integration. One of the primary motivating factors for WHO in promoting herbal medicine historically was to provide marginalized communities with adequate health care. It was mostly it started out actually in China, in rural China, with a Barefoot Doctor program that China had, and that the people that didn't have access to Western medical care, they figured we need to give them some kind of care, and herbal medicine was that care, recognizing that there were traditional medicine practitioners throughout the world. Now, with the Gujarat Declaration, and actually a little bit before that, for the first time, they've proclaimed to the world that traditional, integrative, and complementary medicine is not just for the marginalized anymore, that it is critical for primary health care for all nations. For me, that's a game changer, because no authoritative medical body has ever made a statement like that before. And so I think this is the time where we all have to bring our voices together. We have to unify behind specific actions, set up our priorities for each of our different buckets, our homeopathic, herbal medicine, whatever buckets, and speak with unified goals and with a unified voice. And that's what I hope to do. When we look at the global use of herbal medicine worldwide, it's on a trajectory up. And in some cases, 20 to 30% growth economically. And if that's what's happening in the industry, the same thing is happening on the consumer side. Then we should look at why consumers use herbal products. Now, this is a little bit US-centric. This was a survey that was done in the US, but it's predominantly they were being used to stay healthy, prevent illness, to promote longevity, take care of their family, and also to treat conditions that weren't being well treated in Western medicine. But if you look at those first 4 or 5 metrics, they're all wellness metrics. They're health metrics. They're not disease metrics. And there are no pharmaceuticals for wellness. There's no pharmaceuticals for longevity. Maybe the only pharmaceutical for health is Viagra, right, for guys. But for the most part, there are no pharmaceuticals for health and wellness. And that's where we have our strength. But we also have strength in providing therapeutic options that aren't available in Western medicine. We have different paradigms that they do. I'll just give one example. In the United States, there's 650,000 hysterectomies that are performed every year. Half of them are considered unnecessary by second opinion. The reason is they don't know what to do with functional gynecological imbalances, endometriosis, polycystic ovaries, fibroids, etc. So they just remove the uterus. They don't know that Chinese medicine has been using herbs and formulas for gynecological care for about 1,200 years, or Ayurveda for a few thousand years. We need to make women aware that they have options. They don't know they have options. So, reasons why, generally speaking, Western medicine people oppose herbal medicine. One is, the biggest one is lack of sufficient safety data, and then also lack of sufficient data regarding effectiveness. They talk about clearly defined dose responses, quality control, concerns regarding interactions with conventional drugs, etc. In the case of sufficient safety and efficacy data, absolutely wrong conclusion. We have 3,200 years of written history of the use of something like Triphala in Ayurveda, or a few thousand years of individual herbs, from garlic to even echinacea, several hundred years in US history. There is sufficient safety data. Second, efficacy data. We know they work. Just because they don't know it works, that it works, doesn't mean it doesn't work. And we don't really have to convince them that it does work. We only have to convince our patients, or even the patients are coming to us anyways. Clearly defined dose response. Astragalus is a perfectly good example. This is from a conventional medical perspective, most docs want to know exacting doses. There are very few herbs that we use today that have a narrow therapeutic window. Most of the herbs that we use have a very wide therapeutic index, where most of the drugs that are used have a relatively narrow therapeutic index. So if you were to take twice as much of warfarin as a blood thinner, you can die, right? Or digoxin or any cardiovascular antihypertensive medication, you take twice or 3 times the amount, you can die. If I take 5, 10, 15, 20 times the amount of astragalus, nothing. Or Chyavanprash or Triphala or Amla or whatever herb you want. Not the digitalis, not opium poppy, but most of the herbs that we use have a very wide therapeutic index. Exacting dose responses are not needed for that. They are needed for aconite. Aconite continues to be used in Ayurveda and Chinese medicine, but they're not for most of the herbs. Quality control, very legitimate concern. Lots of garbage products on the American market and on the international market. The European quality of European herbal products was always very high. And now with the introduction of supplements within the European Union, now that quality, they're starting to see the same problems that we see in the US. Very poor quality. And most of that problem comes from both intentional adulteration and unintentional adulteration. Companies not knowing how to assess the quality of herbs. Most of us as practitioners, when we were in school, we weren't trained in quality control unless you went to China. I don't know how it is in India, whether they have heavy-duty training in quality control in India. But in China, it's integral to being an herbalist. But in the West, almost not at all. So this is a legitimate concern. The other semi-legitimate concern is interactions with conventional medications. We have not had that challenge historically. That's a new challenge. But when you look at the world's data, pharmacovigilance data, there's very few clinically relevant drug interactions that you see. And the ones that you mostly see are with warfarin. And warfarin, if you sneeze, you have an interaction. If you eat broccoli, you have an interaction. If you drink grapefruit juice, you have an interaction. The problem is not with the herb, the problem is with the drug, because it has a very narrow therapeutic index. And so we have to learn about what their opposition is and also be able to counter that. There's a last concern that consumers won't seek proper treatment, and especially in things like cancer. That's not that relevant in the US, because in almost all cases of people using herbal medicines and alternative medicine, they're also under the care of an oncologist. Now in Malaysia, it's a different story, or Bhutan might be a different story, because older people, I don't want to go to the doctor, I'll have some digestive problem, I'll take something and they'll feel better, but they don't know a tumor's growing until it's too late. So in third world countries or developing countries, it's more of an issue than it is in Europe or North America, where people are under the care of oncologists. The message I want to put out here is that we haven't done the bigger we, individually and as organizations, we haven't done our work well enough to make our message clear regarding the safety, efficacy, and potential for quality of our herbal products. And this is, I think, a big thing that has to change. As well. So I was asked specifically to also give a global snapshot of herbal product regulation. I think most people know this, but traditional medicines are integral in Asia, European Union, Middle East, and parts of Central and South America, as well as the United Kingdom. In the United States, herbal products are regulated as supplements. Other countries also have supplements in conjunction with traditional medicines. Canada is unique in that they have a natural health products category, and in Australia, complementary medicine. One of the important things to recognize about the regulatory categories, that in all countries, with the exception of Mexico, that have a traditional medicine category, those products are accepted based on historical use of safety and efficacy. You do a literature review, you do a basic chemical analysis, look at potential toxicity, you make a dossier, and for the most part, you can approve of a traditional medicine. Dietary supplements, anybody can basically put a dietary supplement on the market as long as the ingredient is safe, and you can make claims for health benefits, but not for disease treatment of disease or prevention of disease. Same natural health products in Canada. It's basically based on a literature review. You don't have to do formal tox and efficacious studies. Now, the important perspective there, anybody have any estimate on what it costs to bring a drug to market in the United States? Just think about it. Versus in China, versus in India, versus in Mexico. In the United States, to bring a drug to market costs in excess of $200 million to bring a drug to market. In Ghana, you could do it for $50, and the government does it for them. It doesn't require a lot of research and development and manufacturing facilities. The government does the testing for the grandmother who has a traditional medicine. Now, in the European Union, it's about $200,000 just to do the application. Whatever. But the cost associated, so many times the Western medical people, if this is safe and effective like you say, get it approved as a drug. No, nobody is going to do that for Echinacea, astragalus, and chamomile tea. They're trying to treat chamomile tea in the same way they treat an artificial heart. It just doesn't work that way, and we have to know this. Another reason, why do we use herbal medicine? We have to look at the impact of pharmaceuticals. There's two ways for us to promote traditional medicine. One is by extolling the benefits of Ayurveda or of Chinese, that we've been doing this for a few thousand years and we know they have benefit. The other way is by bashing Western medicine. Those are the kind of the two ways. It takes both. They have to wake up to the fact that they don't have all the answers. As of 2010, pharmaceutical medications overtook cigarettes and alcohol as the primary cause of preventable deaths in 6 countries. How does that happen that the things that we're supposed to be taking for health and wellness are now killing more people than cigarettes and alcohol? And this is when they're used properly. When somebody dies of an herbal toxicity, usually it's because of a contamination or an idiosyncratic reaction or something else, not when they used it properly. Whereas most of these deaths are happening when those drugs are being used properly. So now we have this mantra that herbs are potentially unsafe. Norman Farnsworth was the leading pharmacognosist in the United States for 50, 60 years, University of Illinois, Chicago. He did a review for World Health Organization a bunch of years ago in which he reviewed all of the toxicological data and pharmacovigilance data that was available in the world and basically said that in all classes of substances, herbal products are the least problematic. Same, Ralph Edwards. He was the director of the monitoring, Adverse Reactions Monitoring Center in Geneva for WHO for about 9 years. Same thing. He said, we look at the data, we have to look at the data, but when we look at the data, the incidence of adverse effects and fatalities due to herbal products is very low. And of course, we have to pay attention to it, he says, but it's very low. So that's the real world of herbal medicine regarding safety. Quality control, oh, I'm sorry, take that back. On both safety and efficacy, in addition to the traditional information that we have, we also have several hundred botanical monographs that have been addressed by, formally addressed or reviewed by government authorities, the European Medicine Agency's monographs, the American Herbal Pharmacopoeia monographs, natural health product monographs of Canada, China, Ayurveda. There's several hundred botanicals in which the safety and efficacy have already been established by competent medical authorities and governmental authorities, so we should be able to take that concern off the table. The next concern is quality control, but again, between USP, AHP, Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia, European Pharmacopoeia, Chinese Pharmacopoeia, we have several hundred herb quality control standards already in place for countries to use that could be used to integrate botanical medicine literally tomorrow. One of the things that I'm proposing is that we should be looking at comparing the safety, efficacy, cost-effectiveness, access, and environmental sustainability of herbal medicines against Western drugs. If in almost all cases, we're always, is this equally or more effective than the drugs we have? Maybe yes, maybe no. But if we were to use these 6 metrics, I'm willing to bet, and this would be a job for this young man here, I'm willing to bet if we were to look at herbs and drugs according to these 6 metrics, 60 to 70% of them are going to come more advantageous towards herbal medicines than Western drugs. And then, again, why do we use herbal medicine versus Western medicine? The U.S. is probably the most Western medicine dominant country on earth. Best system in the world for critical care. If you have your arm cut off, you don't want to put cayenne pepper on your arm. But we have the worst healthcare statistics in every metric of wellness. So that tells you something's really wrong. I'm going to skip through these because of time. Here's one of the things that I would love to put on a table for the international community to consider. 10 years ago, Switzerland enacted a constitution, an amendment to their constitution that made it a human right, a Swiss right, to access the type of health care that they want. I propose that WHO should develop language that would make that able to be integrated into constitutions worldwide, that health is a human right, because that's not in the US Constitution, and it's not in everybody's Constitution. We never have to say anything about alternative medicine or anything else. We only have to say health is a human right, and it's the person to choose what is in their best interest of their healing modality, something along those lines. So with that, I could go on all day. I welcome you to reach out to me on the work we're going to do with the Global Alliance. All of these are different buckets going from botany to quality control. And thank you for your attention.
So, Mr. Upton, thank you for your truly thought-provoking expertise with us, for sharing it with us. And up next, we welcome Dr. Yogita Loya from Germany, homeopathic practitioner, board member of the Meissner Hahnemann Zentrum, and the Global Voice in Holistic Healthcare. With expertise spanning nutrition, mental health, and yoga, she brings years of clinical experience to explore how homeopathy can be integrated into primary health care. It's yours now, the stage, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaste. I'm Dr. Yogita Loya, basically from India. I'm a homeopathic doctor, and I'm living in Germany since 2 years. And my today's topic is integrating homeopathy into primary health care. And my main core argument is simple. It's our system wants pluralistic healthcare and a pluralistic health system, but the integrity depends on ethical and fact-based communication. We stand at a critical crossroad where public demand for pluralistic healthcare is increasing, but there is a big infodemic where information or misinformation about anything that erodes public health. And homeopathy is often targeted for polarization, while because on the one hand, we can see here, there are some websites like Wikipedia, and this is a government website from Australia, which shows there is no effect and evidence for homeopathy, and it does not work. And on the other hand, there is a strong patient demands, and even state support in countries like Switzerland, India, Germany, Brazil, and many more. But why this division? It comes from methodological mismatch. Conventional reviews rely mainly on the randomized control trial. But randomized control trials are designed for single drug targeting single disease, which does not fit in homeopathy because homeopathy is individualized and complex. So to move beyond ideological debate, we must ground our discussion in clinical reality. There is a small case from my practice that I will show you now. This is a patient with rheumatoid arthritis. He's suffering since 10 years, and he has repeated jaundice and kidney stones. He took treatments for 10 years, but conventional systems did not change any long-term course. And after coming in homeopathic approach, we considered his symptom totality, not only physical symptoms like stiffness in knee, heavy sweating, irritability to sun and noise, but also mental symptoms like he has deep concerns about what others will think about him, and he has suppressed anger. And here is the result. Within 3 months of treatment, the patient reported 60% overall improvement. And here is these reports, which is very important. It shows reduction in inflammatory markers like immunoglobulins and rheumatoid factors. In almost 1 year, it is half something. And now comes the question, what is ethics? And what is an ethical claim? Homeopathy's ethical foundation are clearly expressed in Samuel Hahnemann's Organon of Medicine. In very first sections, paragraph 1 to 4, he states that physicians' only and high mission is to cure the patients. He did not mention homeopathic physician. So all physicians' only and high mission is to cure the patient. And that too, how should be the cure? Gently, permanently, harmlessly, and it should be reliable. Physicians must also be well informed about medicines, their effects, diseases, and preservation of health. This imposes an extraordinary ethical standard to homeopathy. Homeopathy's principle of minimum dose and its focus on individual response means that its ethical claim is fundamentally about healing and not profit. It contrasts with profit-driven model of medicine and has become politically charged. That is why ethical communication in healthcare must therefore uphold human dignity and support individuals' freedom to make their own choices. And how we can achieve this, I have just made a 4-pillar framework for responsible integration. And here is the first, informed consent. Beyond legal requirements, practitioners, whether homeopathic, allopathic, or Ayurvedic, must be transparent about their therapeutic principles and possible effects. In homeopathy, for example, this includes explaining core principles like similia similibus curanter, like cures like, and the minimum dose, as well as acknowledging the current state of scientific evidence. In conventional medicine, this includes disclosing, for example, the side effects of steroids and limitations of treatment for chronic diseases, where patients have to take long-term, like lifelong treatments. Outcome report. Second is outcome reporting. This includes, while debate over standardized randomized controlled trials continues, all practitioners should encourage to systematically collect data and report patient outcomes. This creates a robust body of real-world evidence that provides valuable insight into treatment effectiveness and patient experience. Our third pillar is patient autonomy. As the colleague before me also said, patient must be clearly receive unbiased information to make genuine choices. For example, they should be informed for the long-term risk of antibiotics and hormone therapies and anti-inflammatories, as well as safer alternative options in sensitive cases like in children, in elderly people. Homeopaths also have an ethical duty to recognize emergencies and surgical cases and refer patients accordingly when required. Our fourth and last pillar is research. In research, the highly individualized nature of homeopathy does not fit the one-size-fits-all model of randomized trials. Therefore, pragmatic clinical research in real-world settings, along with mixed method research that combine qualitative and quantitative approaches, are essential. This would allow a more accurate evaluation of complex intervention. Importantly, complementary medicine should be included in mainstream academic research without needing to constantly fighting for integrity. It is responsibility of governments, not the physicians. Let's now talk about a small study that I did over India, Germany, Brazil, and Switzerland. First, in India, homeopathy is fully integrated under the Ministry of Ayush with robust infrastructure, over 200 colleges and dedicated hospitals. For fiscal year of 2024-25, the national budget of Ayush was over 37 crore rupees. In Germany, homeopathy is regulated under German Drug Act, available as an additional qualification for medical doctors and reimbursed by some insurances, and however, it lacks in the formal academic framework. Brazil indicates integration has been driven by local demand. This is classical grassroots integration, and the Ministry of Health includes homeopathy in United Primary Care. In Switzerland, following a 2009 referendum, complementary medicine was not only included in primary health care, but also included under compulsory health insurance. These examples shows that integration is not only possible, but already working in some or other part of the world. I will show in detail about India, as it is particularly very powerful institutionalization in India. As Akshay also presented yesterday, that how in India the Ayush system is very much integrated. And homeopathy is recognized as one of the 7 national medical systems. This is backed by an intensive academic structure, BHMS, which is Bachelor's in Homeopathy, which is 5.5 years studies, then a Master's, which is 3 years studies, then a PhD, which is 3 to 6 years studies, and very new DM super speciality program, which was introduced in May 2025, which is a very good example of government supporting research in homeopathy. This government-supported academic structure ensures that doctors are well-trained and well-learned. So as conclusion, what is required for, I just forgot to do this. This shows President of India. She was on World Homeopathy Day 2024. She was there and she encouraged research and research. So, as conclusion, what is required for a responsible integration? The future of integration requires government health policies, which should be solid and integrative with all the medical systems. Solid academic structures to train doctors, which is lacking in most of the countries. It is only few countries, they have a very solid structure of academy for doctors to train in particular alternative medicine like homeopathy, Ayurveda, and other. And innovative research models and transparent clinical and research documentation. Responsible integration of homeopathy is not just about alternative medicine, it is about ethical pluralism, a healthcare system that is diverse, transparent, and respectful of patient choice. So my key message is a balanced, well-required pluralism is both possible and necessary for patient safety and for global trust in healthcare. In the end, I would like to say, I am not a scientist or a researcher. I am just a simple homeopathic doctor who wants to cure people. But it is a question to all of you, because I do not understand in all the countries like Germany, Italy, Czech Republic, and Poland, and until few years back in India also, the traditional medicine, which is a part of the country's culture since centuries, suddenly got vanished, and no government want to support it. I do not understand this, but I know what we can do as a homeopath. We can all stand true to our principles and stand together to change the 200-year-old myth status of homeopathy that it is a placebo, and help people to heal with this beautiful science which is completely based on natural laws and fixed principles. Sorry. Thank you so much for your time and attention. If you have any questions, I'm ready for it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wea, for your presentation. As we come to the final presentation of this year's Congress, let's welcome Derek Tennis, a PhD researcher in sports science at the University of Innsbruck, Austria. His work focuses on combining diet and physical activity to promote healthier behavior across all ages. To close our session, he will share a talk on the extraordinary potential of plant-dominant diets as medicine. Mr. Tanes, welcome. The audience is all yours.
Thank you. I come in peace, and much love to all of you. So, I'm from Maine, USA, and I'm here to talk to you about the extraordinary potential of plant-dominant diets as medicine. This is the fundamental basis for the HEAL approach as proposed by Professor Wernitzer. HEAL is an acronym standing for Healthy Eating and Active Living. I should be clear that I am not a medical doctor, and my background is in exercise science with a specific focus on dietology and nutrition. These are the current projects that I'm involved in. From Science to School is where my PhD project is based. So this is looking at different diet types, omnivorous, vegetarian, vegan, in school pupils in Austria, and looking at the health relation with different health variables like physical activity and exercise. The follow-up study is from Science to High School and University in college and university students. I'm also a research associate as part of the Good Health Retrospective Study. So this is looking at the micronutrient status of the Austrian population. And last but not least, the NERMI study. This is Europe's largest study on recreational runners, so half-marathon, ultra-marathon distances, and comparing performance based on diet type. So here we have the outline of my talk, starting with health first, and then we'll have a slide on disease reversal through diet. We're going to talk about nutrient focus, and then have some discussion and conclusion at the end. Okay, so in the Czech Republic, in Austria, and the USA, these are the top 10 leading causes of death in 2021. This is from the World Health Organization. Now, the #1 cause of death in these countries is heart disease. So these are the typical heart attacks that are killing the most people in the world. Now, I'd like to also mention that 2 more diseases on these lists have the same underlying mechanism, so cardiovascular diseases. Number 2 on this list, as we all know, COVID-19, a very serious condition. However, having first another underlying condition, so having another one of these 9 diseases, and then getting COVID-19. So this increased the risk of hospitalization by 500%, and the risk of dying by over 1,000%. So while COVID may have pulled the trigger, these other underlying conditions have given people the loaded guns. So also important to mention is that COVID is the only communicable disease on this list, And the other 9 diseases are non-communicable, meaning that they're from our lifestyle. So these are mostly preventable and have even been shown to be reversible as well, which we're going to talk about very shortly. Now, more than 1 in 5 deaths in the world each year are simply due to the way people are eating. So we're getting too much sodium and salt, too little fruits, vegetables, and whole grains. So the question is, what kind of Tarian are you? And we can see on this list many different types of diets. This is not all the different types, but just to give you an overview. Below this red line, we have different omnivorous types of diets. This is what the most people in the world eat, and the lower down on this list we go, the more animal product heavy these diets are. Above the red line, we have vegetarian diets, which are progressively more plant-based. And at the very top, we have a very special type of vegetarian diet, which includes no animal products whatsoever and is 100% plant-based. So next, we have disease reversal through diet. So this is a list of the most serious diseases which can be reversed only via healthy dietary change. And here we can see the types of diets that can reverse these diseases in general. These are the healthiest diets known to science. These are not just any diets. So this is only with carefully planned, oftentimes rigorous dietary intervention that we can achieve disease reversal with these diets. Now, for vegetarian and omnivorous diets, only 10 to 15% of calories could potentially come from animal products and still achieve disease reversal with these diets. So for the average person, that's 200 to 300 calories per day from animal products. So on the vegetarian diet, that's 1 small glass of low-fat skim milk and 2 eggs. That would be the total animal products on this diet and still be able to achieve disease reversal. Now, for the omnivorous diet, you wouldn't even be able to eat milk and eggs. If you're eating omnivorous, then you can have a piece of boneless, skinless chicken breast, and that would be the totality of animal product calories on this diet. So what else are people eating? If we're only getting 200 to 300 calories from animal products, the rest come from the same foods the vegans are eating. It's the plants. Now, the only diet that is capable of stopping and preventing and reversing the lifestyle diseases is the vegan diet. Now, maybe you noticed on the previous list that cancer was not there. In the US, 1 in 3 women will develop cancer in her lifetime. 1 in 2 men will develop cancer in their lifetime. And what we've seen from studies on the vegan diet, people that are following this diet their whole lifespan, only 1 to 3% of these populations develop cancer. Now, there's many different options on the whole food vegan diet. So if you don't like one thing, maybe you like something else. You can cook these foods. In the US, pizza is a beloved food, and you don't have to give that up on this diet because you can use cheeses made from nuts like cashews. Oatmeal with fruit is a great way to start the day, also with soy milk providing plenty of calcium. So there may be another way to achieve heart disease reversal if we go 1 step beyond diet. And we also include multi-components in the intervention. And this is possible with the vegetarian diet, but not with the omnivorous diet. But in this case, so we also need a very carefully, rigorously planned dietary intervention, but only 10% of the calories could come from vegetarian animal products. So that includes low-fat skim milk, and only the egg white, so not eating the yolk of the egg, the yellow part. And in this case, the patient also has to go through intensive lifestyle changes. So long-duration aerobic exercise, daily stress management practices, meditation, focused breathing, group counseling, and smoking cessation is necessary for all of these diets. Or, instead of doing all that, we can go back to the vegan plate, the fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and legumes, and simply skip the milk and eggs for breakfast and just have oatmeal with soy milk. Then we can skip all this other intensive lifestyle change and still achieve what we wanted to do, which was reverse the leading killer of the world. Next, we have the nutrient focus. Low fat is a critical component of highly effective diets. And this may be due to the calorie ratio of fat as compared to other macronutrients. So fat has more than 2 times the amount of calories per gram. It's also a very sticky, corrosive substance. So fat and oil, this is a component of the Mediterranean diet, as we know. And just 2 spoons of oil per day is already too much for the heart. So we wouldn't be able to achieve heart disease reversal with this nutrient because it is simply too calorie dense and also very sticky. So this is something you would not want to pour down your drain, and also something the heart doesn't want and the cardiovascular system. Now, this may also be the problem with including flesh and other meat foods. It's because as soon as we start taking 1 bite of these foods, we're already getting too much fat because the predominant calories in these foods are from fat. So what about all of the other nutrients, the micronutrients? So that comes from eating a wide variety of whole plant foods. Not eating from just one of these categories, not just fruits, but eating fruits, vegetables, all the different types, flowers, stems and leaves, roots, legumes, mushrooms, nuts, and whole grains. Now, it is critically important that all of us start eating more legumes. So more beans, more lentils, more peas. And now, this can be achieved 3 times a day, every single day, and provides the essential amino acids that may be missing by eating just whole grains, for example. Next, we have the discussion and conclusion. So health is a very complicated subject. It's made up of many different interwoven factors. Now, we can basically group all these factors into 5 major areas. And when we do that, we see that personal behavior actually has the biggest impact on our health, whereas the healthcare system is only responsible for preventing about 10% of all deaths. So we can see we are predominantly in control of our own health. And the World Health Organization has provided us with the 4 leading areas of our health behavior that are essential for preventing these diseases. Number 1 is obviously not smoking cigarettes, but alcohol consumption is also not good for our health, and at best, none at all. Now, we have 2 other very important areas: diet, of course, and physical activity. Now, this is the fundamental dual approach to health, and this is where we need to go for the children. By bridging these 2 components of health together and linking them in early childhood and adolescence, this carries with us throughout the rest of life. So, for example, results we had from the From Science to School study showed that the vegans were the least likely to be drinking alcohol. However, there was no difference based on diet type and smoking prevalence. But the most active pupils were the least likely to be smokers. So if you put these 2 together, we get exponential health potential. So in conclusion, there is no disease that can only be properly treated with a vegetarian or omnivorous diet that is reversible through diet. So all treatable diet-related diseases can be achieved through the vegan diet. Heart disease cannot be reversed with a healthy omnivorous diet, such as the Mediterranean diet. Only vegetarian and vegan diets can do this, but not equally. So on the vegetarian diet, heart disease reversal also requires intensive lifestyle modification, but not for vegan. And disease reversal requires at least 85 to 90% calories from a wide variety of whole plant foods. It's the plants bringing in the good health, not the animals. Last but not least, low fat is an essential component of these diets as well. So at best, around 10% calories from fat, 10% from protein, which is about 0.8 grams per kilogram of body weight. And 80% carbohydrate. Those are complex carbohydrates that are needed to achieve disease reversal. So once again, healthy eating and active living, the fundamental dual approach to health. Hopefully you got to see Professor Björnitzer's talk on the Prevention First mandate, as well as the results from the consensus papers. And here are a few of our other papers which we published. This one here was a systematic review and meta-analysis, which was published this year. And this is the consensus paper, which was recently published, accepted for publication, but will be out shortly. Please keep your eyes peeled for this. And the little sister paper is coming out as well very soon, so keep your eyes open for this publication too. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tanis, for closing our program with such great insights. And with that inspiring final presentation, it is my honor to now invite Mr. Pfeiffer to fulfill his last pleasant duty to announce this year's laureates of the Motivation Award for young students, researchers, and practitioners in TCIM.
Na závěr dnešního kongresu bych rád předal laureátům.
Allow me to conclude this congress with an award which will go to young researchers, practitioners and students so that they keep motivated. And it is 100 euros.
To what I said before, as the Motivation Award, each of the nominees, laureates, will receive a prize worth of 100 euros.
So if you are still present, I would like to call Akshay Bhamri from the USA. Could you please come here? So our PhD candidate, Akshay Bhamri, is coming to receive the prize.
A dále paní doktorka Priyanka Chorge.
Dr. Priyanka Chorge from Germany. She has already left.
Klára Doláková, inženýr Klára Doláková.
No.
Home.
She's
yeah.
Klára Doláková from the Czech Republic.
She left for home.
She has also left. Dr. Elif Erbey from Turkey.
Dále je to paní magistra Pavla Hajková.
Ms. Pavla Hajková from the Czech Republic. She has also left.
Doktorka Yogita Loya.
Dr. Yogita Loya.
Please. Gratuluji.
Congratulations.
Doktorka Maria Peneva je...
Dr. Maria Peneva
doma.
Also left.
She has also left for Bulgaria.
Doktorand Derek Tanus je zde přítomen.
PhD candidate Derek Tanus.
Please. A doktor Martin Zulák.
And Dr. Martin Zulák, who is already at home.
Tak.
So to close this year's word.
Na závěr se sluší pronést velmi krátkou řeč.
So let me conclude with a few words in which I would like to thank all of the participants for their presentations, and also my thank you goes to the audience here in this hall, and also to the people who are following us online all over the world.
Další sledování kongresu může trvat i 2 roky.
So now all the recording of the whole Congress will be available online for the further 2 years. There will be also a film on TCIM, which received a silver award at a festival. But the most important information I would like to share is that I felt very strong spirit of mutuality. Whatever specialization we have, the first thing that comes in place is our humanity.
Přemýšlel jsem, zda vytvořit nějaké memorandum.
I was thinking about creating a memorandum as a final document of the Congress. And then it crossed my mind that it's the same as in philosophy, which is not something which you memorize. Because this is something which you have put into practice in real life. Because even 1,000 read books might not change you at all. So I believe that the biggest outcome of this Congress is a record in your own soul, in your own spirit, which will lead all of us to mutuality. And such a record will have a longer standing than a single sheet of paper, which might just get lost. That's what happens to sheets of paper all the time. So I believe that we will create a growing group of number who will always serve to the whole society, to bring the benefit, not just for themselves. That's what our ancestors, like Hippocrates, spoke about. That should be non-profitable basis of all our efforts. Otherwise, we would not succeed. So let's look for balance in our fields, in our lives. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to experience all this together. So the most important thing is not catering coffee. But what really matters is the interaction among all of us. It's your human existence which results in that intensive feeling of being one family. And one usually differentiates between what belongs to them and to the others. But we can all tolerate each other. we can tolerate our mistakes, and that's something which we call love. That's the strongest power in the universe. That's something which gave birth to you. This is the supreme form of love. And gradually, we try to reach such a position, such a status. I believe that I'll be able to meet you again in the future. I swear that I will promote all of you, and hopefully the same approach will come from your part. So I would like to thank our beautiful Prague. And I believe in meeting you in the next edition of our Congress in 2 years' time. I wish you all success and all luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
No man in the world deserves such an applaud. So just very little. Thank you.